fault. I am a Fulani boy. They call my people invaders. They call my people terrorists. They call my people to be killed. Because I was born by wrong parents, what is my fault?
Tell your papa, she, tell your papa, country hard. Tell your papa, she, tell your papa, people they die. Tell your papa, she, this one don't pass jaga jaga, 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 yama, yama, wuru, odoro, mago, mago, where the mago mago dance, where the wuru wuru dance, where the mago mago dance. Alpha, I swear your papa no try. Too much empty promises. Bala blue grammar, Bula blue wahala. On behalf of Nigerians, take our message to him. Kidnappers, they kill Nigerians. Sheyi, try travel by road without your security. Make you feel the pains of fellow Nigerians. You dey fly private jet. Insecurity no be your problem. Nigerians when they travel by road, some of them they face death sentence. Any Oriyo, Odile, Shagamu, Ore, Bini, experience. Make you tell Mr. President, hunger day, you still want make them cooperate. If people they protest, you soldiers suppress them. Removal of subsidy, a bold step they call it. How much your papa don't say since he removed subsidy? Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, 4.9 billion per kilometer, 700 kilometers.
Honest, my family were the conquerors, the Muslim Fulani conquerors who conquered from Sokoto State to Kwara State, that made Kwara a Muslim state. So I have that origin in the bitterness, but actually we did not conquer Kwara State. Kwara State invited Fulani warriors to help them fight the Oyo Empire. And when my family and other families helped to fight and won, we took over. It wasn't violent, we just took over. So it was a natural process.
I want to talk to you all. And I want you to listen and accept what I'm about to say. I said they are already usurping you from your villages all over Yoruba State. In Ogun State, Osun State, Ondo State, Anambra State, even Anambra State, even the Igbo lands as well. People are already entering those places. And they're already overtaking you people in your various states. What we are saying right now, this is not about religion.
Christian,
whether you're a Christian
Muslim,
or you're a Muslim, and we are Yoruba traditional worshippers, this is time we must band together to fight for our fathers so that they don't overtake us in it. Don't let them use religion to take over our land. All those villages they have taken over in Ondo State, when they wanted to kill, they killed Christian and Muslim alike. They are fighting for the land. They are not fighting for religion. They are just coming through the lens of religion. But I'm telling you all Yoruba people, please be prepared. Nigerians at large, please be well prepared so that they don't take you away from your father's land. And calling on to the royalties in Yoruba land. The Oni of Ife, the Imperial Majesty. Kabiesi, we greet you, sir. Please talk about this. The new Alaafin, please talk about this. All the kings in Ondo State. The kings in Lagos, Oyo, Oshun, please talk about this. Because when the war overwhelms us, we will not be able to do anything about it. Personally, I'm ready for war. I told you the last time that you fortify yourself. So people will say, why will a pastor utter that kind of statement? Please go and fortify yourself. Because when war comes, I will drop my Bible. I will go and fight for my father's land. When the Christianity came into Nigeria,
1842.
it came in 1842. That was when it came in. And the first person to compile the Bible, his name is Williams. They killed him on the 6th, 1536. They burnt him. He was lynched. The person that compiled the Bible for us. So don't let us put religion into our culture or for fight for our father's land. I will fortify myself and I'll be a leader. And if you can fortify people, fortify them. We will fight that war. I will drop my Bible because of my father's land. Because the Bible says it. Hebrews 6 verse 1. It says, set aside the teachings of Christ and let us do what is complete. We will now put it aside. Let's fight for our father's land.
I am a Fulani boy. They call my people invaders. They call my people terrorists. They call my people to be killed. Because I was born by wrong parents, what is my fault? What is my
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Saturday, April 12th, 2025. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Welcome to this special conversation. We're starting our Saturday show with this special conversation. We called it Hausa-Fulani War, Part 2. If you remember last week, we had a guest who joined us. It wasn't planned. And he joined us and we spoke about what is going on in northern part of the country. There were several statements that were made and people felt that the conversation was not done in a full way. First of all, it wasn't planned. We didn't know he would join us. So today, we're bringing him back and we're going to have a more detailed conversation. We're happy about some things that we learned. A lot of people learned a lot of things that they didn't know about the situation in the north from him. And he's joining us with some of his friends who want to set the record straight and help everybody get a bigger picture of what's going on. And we're going to have that conversation. If you want to join us, I posted a link. You can join us to have a conversation. We want it to be respectful and people to just listen and hear everybody out. We're not looking for a screaming bout or any kind of disorderly conversation. So I thank you all for joining me. I will bring Pullo in, who is the person that joined us, and then we talk for 2 minutes. I'll just ask him just one question, and then I'll bring in all the other people, his friends who are here, and other people who are interested in joining the conversation. Pullo, for real, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Ramajis. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
right?
We can hear you. Yes.
Thank you for giving me another chance.
Yes, I want you to, first of all, I appreciate that you came last week and you gave us a lot of insight into what's going on in the north, the way that most people who are not from that part of the country may not know. I wanted to know, what is the pushback like? What is the reaction? Not really pushback. How has people received your intervention?
Yeah, it's a mixed feeling. Some people think I should treat every public conversation like a political conversation, just not to state the facts, but to try and spin it, just say something and then pass whatever is happening in front of our eyes. Black, call it black. They said no. You have to call it white before we call it, because we call it white, and that is what your people call it. So shame on you. You failed your people. Why would you say this? This is our weapon. This is why we are leading. Why are you exposing us like that? Why are you talking even like you don't understand? You don't understand how these people hate us. But there are some positive comments as well. They said if it is an intellectual discussion, it's okay. You can have an intellectual discussion and be honest with your audience. But most of these platforms are not for intellectual purposes. Most of the attendees here to attend it, they would just want to see the political side of it, which will force me that didn't make a choice to be born in the north, didn't make a choice to be born by my parents to be a Fulani, didn't born in Nigeria. I didn't vote. I didn't do anything. I didn't win any lottery to become a Nigerian or be brought up by my parents. I just happened to be one. So, and then my people are trying to force me to do that. No, I'm proud to be a Fulani. I like Fulani culture. I like my people. I like the Fulani culture. As you can see my dress, I like everything about Fulani culture. But what does my life as a Fulani person has to do with the fact of history? And how is that a betrayal if what I said is actually verifiable and it's a fact? So sometimes I feel very bad because some people didn't actually understand it, didn't see it from my perspective. But I feel confident again talking to other people and then seeing that, oh, yeah, you actually did a great job. You're very courageous. You tell us, you say it as it is, even though it may have a little impact, but at least you educate other people that will go and tell other people this is how this is what the Fulani stands for. This is what is happening in the north, and this is the relationship as we speak between the Hausas and the Fulanis and other minority tribes. But if you're making it a political platform, then I will be pick a side and I will play devil advocate. Even if it is not true, I will just pretend it is true. Just like I will be like Donald Trump. I will just be lying. One lie after another. I will lie. You caught me lying. I will lie again, and then you will you will lose track of the lies I keep giving in few minutes. So you will give up on me. Truth will never work again against me. But if you are making it an intellectual discussion, honest discussion, to find ways to be living in peace,
All right.
then I will say the truth no matter the cost.
Thank you so much. Here we encourage conversation, honest conversation with people. We encourage different viewpoints, and we just ask people that they should do it in a very respectable way, and that's what we hope to have today. I'm going to tell you from my own end. If you look at the comments on that video, there were a lot of people who thought that they said I look like you. Some of the comments that but the most important thing to me was that they said I did not oppress you, that you were speaking more about the past, that you didn't talk a lot about the current situation. I played the video at the beginning of this show where you see people from the West, people from other parts of the country, concerned about the situation today, that you didn't speak a lot about the situation today. I know you addressed it in passing, but do you have something you want to say before I bring in the people who are behind, who are already in the studio, in about the current situation today that is causing anxiety amongst Nigerians about the relationship between Fulani, especially those who are moving around the country, and people in the middle belt and the south, and the south, especially thinking about also the killings that happened just this week.
Well, yeah, if we are to delve into political discussion, I would say this has more to do with politics than with individuals. There are people that are cashing in with, because of what's happening with the killings and everything. The governor claimed my state is not safe. I need more security vote or whatever you call it. I don't see that ordinary Nigerians are having a problem doing business with each other. A Muslim, a Christian, Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, and everybody. They're just doing business together. It's only when probably one tribe meet, they will start thinking that, especially if somebody, like a politician, suggests it to them, they'll just be have that conversation that, like, yeah, this is real, these are the people that are affecting us. But if you look at it seriously, you'll find out that, oh no, there is something missing. These politicians are not telling us the truth. There is a politician that once said you cannot separate politics with religion. I will not give you the name of the politician. He says politics control everything, the economy and the religion as well. And he faced a huge backlash from his base. He's a northerner, he's a Muslim. Why will he say that? But people do not actually know how politics works. Yes, he's right. Politics controls both religion and economy. Tinubu will today decide that he imposed curfew in Adamawa state or in any state that people should be in their homes by 6 and nobody will be seen again until 6 a.m. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The other hours, nobody can say anything. Why? He's a president. How does he become a president? Through political means. He removed subsidy. We are all suffering because of that. How? Why? What gave him the power to do so, to inflict such a pain on us? Because of politics. So I see politics as the major issue here in Nigeria. If the politicians, I was telling my colleagues the other times that this country has never been ruled by an atheist. This country has been ruled by Christians and Muslims. If they can practice only 30% of what the religion preaches, regardless of your religion, whether you're Muslim or Christian, if they can only practice 30% of what the religion says, Nigeria would not have been where we are today. We will have been developed far, far, far away from where we are today. But most of them do not give a damn about religion. They only care about religion when it favors them.
All
But
right.
other than that, they don't care about religion. That's my own view. And you
Okay.
can see it even at the Red Chamber. They don't call out each other, they talk to each other. Igbos and Hausas, they have conversation, they crack jokes and they laugh. But what about other people that are just the ordinary people that are brainwashed into thinking that these are your enemies? Another thing I like to say is that everybody should carry his own cross. There has never been a politician that has siphoned public fund and use it to educate his children and give the children better life. Then later, when he was judged, and then they would make an argument that, oh yeah, you stole the money but your children enjoyed that money, therefore you also have to join your father in the prison. Why? I'm not the one that steal the money, but but you enjoy what your father stole, you have to go and follow him to the prison. I've never seen such a case.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's bring in, you have some of your friends here. We have Dr. Perry is one of our people, special guest. He comes here all the time. He has something to contribute to this topic. We have Mamat Dijido. I hope I called it right. If not, correct me, please. Thank you so much and welcome to the show. Aliyu, thank you so much and welcome to the show. I see that your camera is upside down. Can you,
Tilted. Hmm.
Aliyu, can you turn your, I don't know if you're using a phone. Yeah, exactly. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And then if those who are there, some people in the back end, their cameras are off. If you want to join us, turn on your camera. I will bring you in. Dr. Perry, I will come to you later, but let me first talk to Momat. Momat,
Yes.
welcome,
How are you?
welcome to the show.
Eh, I'm highly welcome.
Yeah. So tell us how your connection to this story, how you came by the studio today, and what your view is.
I came by the studio to represent not just the Fulani, but the herdsmen of the Sahel, because it is an important topic that's going on. We need more inclusive information on the different tribes that are coming through Nigeria who are not just Fulani, of other heritages. And I'm just here to provide more information on the roots.
Okay. Can you give us a little bit of your background if you're okay with that? If you're not, that's okay. In terms of
So, yes, my origins are Chadian. Um,
okay,
yes, my father's Tubu, but my mother is Fulani. Mhm,
okay,
mhm.
okay. You were born in Nigeria.
No, I was born in the United States, but
Oh, United States. But where do you live now? Are you in America or are you in Africa?
no, I'm in the United States.
In the United States. Okay, okay, very good. So when you look at what's going on in Nigeria, what do you see? What is your perspective about what is happening?
Definitely, I feel there's some, miscommunication because we're not exactly we're using broad terms to classify many people groups. And I think that is the biggest problem that's going on now because um, with business in Nigeria, I mean, I think last reported the agricultural, I think cattle herding and livestock is making almost 150 billion naira uh, annually. And that's just not Fulani. You don't have to, be Fulani to have cows or something like that, the stereotype. But when it comes down to it, I feel that because of this, we kind of have highlighted some people groups based on stereotypes rather than the actual information, including the diaspora and other peoples who do play a part in the business. So I feel that's really it. Yeah.
Do you understand the anxiety that some people feel in Nigeria as a result of what is going on in farmlands in different parts of the country, in the forest regions? Do you
Mm.
understand that?
I mean, I definitely feel that the emotion is well versed on all the people because the Fulanis are also having to counter the same people. So it's not something that you can really say is one sided. Especially if you are herding through certain parts of Nigeria or coming from Cameroon, because it's not illegal to herd your cows through the borders. But when it comes down to it, people coming from certain regions, you see they have also animosity towards the towards certain people groups for the same reasons. So when it comes down to it, I think that's where, as I said, the misinformation comes through because if you ask a Fulani man coming from certain places why they might carry guns through the forest, they'll actually tell you the reason who is attacking them and the people who are causing this animosity. So I don't think it actually comes. I think we're vinalizing people. Sorry, I'm vinalizing.
Victimizing? Yeah.
Yeah, we're venalizing people who don't actually um, have anything to do with the conflict but fit the identity. So I think that's where it comes down to, and that has to be changed. Yes.
Okay. Before I bring in Aliu, do you know why it wasn't like this when I was growing up in Nigeria?
Yes.
What happened? Do you know?
It is the drought. It has everything to do with the drought because, Fulani entering Nigeria, I mean, before they were already in Nigeria, you can say 13th and 14th century, with other Fulani families coming around the 16th century to the region, and entering the Benue Valley around the 18th century. So I think the part that comes down is the drought. The real reason that the Fulanis moving from the north came to the south, as well as education.
Bless you.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, it has to do with the education as well. Because many Fulanis leaving the countryside to seek Islamic education, which is one reason, a big thing, especially in the 16th century. The Bagirmi family coming from Chad, coming into Borno and seeking education, Islamic education, and leaving their pastoralist ways. So this is one important factor for the Fulanis as well. Mhm.
All right, stand by. I will bring you back. Let me hear from Aliyu. Aliyu, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me to Damages.
Yeah, it's nice to have you. So, can you give us a little background where you're joining us from and how you got to be here?
Yes, I'm from Adamawa State of Nigeria.
Okay.
Um, I would say I am Hausa-Fulani because my father is a Hausa and my mother is a Fulani. The one thing I want to say is that the Hausas and the Fulani have reached a point that they cannot be separated because people are saying we should separate. The Hausa people are different, the Fulani people are different, like they are two different people. They cannot be one. Like your last program, the first video you played, the guy was saying that Hausa is different from Fulani. It's like saying Igbo and Yoruba, two different people. So what I want to say here is that we have reached a point that the Hausas and the Fulanis have become one because of the intermarriages. Like me, for example, my father is a Hausa and my mother is a Fulani. So if like a conflict between the Hausas and the Fulani started, who am I going to fight? The Hausas or the Fulanis? So most like I would say 50% of the people living in the north are the House of Fulanis. So the houses and the Fulanis cannot be separated.
Okay. But do you understand the anxiety that we see now across Nigeria over the activities of some Fulani herdsmen or the people, militia coming from the other parts of the country, which is what people are saying now, other parts of the West African region coming into Nigeria? Do you understand why people are feeling a sense of anxiety in some parts of the country?
Yeah. What's happening is actually scary. People are in such anxiety because me personally, I would say what's going on is actually politics because the leaders, I would say, if they are not the sponsors, I would say they really liked what's going on because if they did not like what's going on, they would find a way to stop the the attacks happening. Sometimes it's not actually the Fulanis. Some people can go and attack another people, kill people, and the they would just assume that the Fulanis did it. The Fulani did this, the Fulani did that. I did not say that Fulani people are not doing it, but most of the time, the Fulanis are not the one that attacked.
So first of all, we have to identify who are those people doing this. Is it actually the Fulanis or it is from another people?
All right. Stand by. Okay. Let me get in some other voices to come in, and then I will come back to you. Dr. Perry, welcome.
Yes, good day to Nigeria. Good day, Dr. Damages, my colleague.
Yes, we brought you in here because you are an in-house expert. You talk about these topics before it became a big story now. What do you make of what's going on?
I think it has to do, of course, with Nigeria refusing to tackle chronic issues and to decide its path forward into the future. So Nigeria is still Nigeria of 1965. Mm. So long as we remain that way, these problems would persist.
Well, what do you mean that we are still explain further so that people who may not know Nigeria of 1965 we understand?
Nigeria of 1965 does not have big urban centers, does not have vehicles, does not have major highways, does not have mechanized agriculture, you know. So it's a totally different terrain. So we have a new terrain, and we need to modify a lot of things to adjust to this. So long as we don't, and we continue trying to run, different societies at the same time, different people. Nigeria then does not have internet. It doesn't have the ability of public opinion and comment and you know incitement. There are so many differences. So you have to adjust rapidly as the terrain adjusts. And I think these are the things we'll be talking about today, because that's why we have these uncontrollable conflicts till now. Where else do you have stuff like this? Congo, you look at the areas, you see the same problem. It's a similar problem going on. We are still living in ancient times.
There are people who are probably watching us in Benue and Plateau states, and when we say things that this is politics, this is the kind of things we talk about, they don't they worry about people dying. For them, it's an urgent situation, and it may sound to them as if we are giving excuses. We're on the paying not paying serious attention to what is their plight. So how do you want these conversations to go so that it will address the concerns of people, direct immediate concerns of people in these regions where this is happening, these conflicts we're talking about?
That's exactly what you are saying. And this conversation is to be had and has not been had. And Nigeria needs to sit down and say, what are the immediate solutions? What are the long-term solutions? And what is the plan for the future? And as long as we still keep running a system without a head, this is what is going to continue to happen, unfortunately.
Mhm. All right. Stand by, Dr. Perry. I'll come back to you. Pullo, let me bring you back in before I bring Mamat. No, there's somebody I have now that is here to weigh in, but let me come back to you first. Do you what you've been hearing is that in line with your thinking? Is that in line with what you wanted to say last week that triggered this?
Yes, I already talked about the drought effect. If you remember last week, I talked about the impact of the drought that's happening before the people in Niger and Chad doesn't have to come to Nigeria to graze their animals. I also talk about the porous border that we have. If it is very, very open. So if we don't know who is coming in and who is going out, there is no way we can actually say just because I am a Fulani man, and then some Fulanis from other areas came and kill some of my people and destroy their land, because those people, if they come, they don't care, they don't ask if you're a Muslim or Christian or if you're Fulani or any other tribe. If they want to destroy your land, even if you're standing there, they can see you are a Fulani person, obviously they will still do it and go, they don't care. because they're not from here, and we do not have a way of tracking people like that. And if you say, okay, since they are your people, why are you not condemning them? Why would you force me to condemn someone who is not my people?
All right, I think his internet is frozen. Let me quickly, before I come to those who are yet to
Something
weigh in.
serious, they know. If your government is serious, oh my God, if the government is serious, they know how to control the border. And we know people that are the influx of people that are coming and that are going. We will easily identify who are doing these things because the indigenous Fulanis, even those that settle in villages, they have their farms and their animals, and they live peacefully with other tribes around them. Would not hear anything like some conflict happening between them. And one thing that bothers me a lot is like if one southerner is killed by a Fulani, or if one farm or a village is ransacked by the Fulanis in the north, I mean in the south, it will be a major headline in all Nigerian newspaper, and it will not go away for a week. But if you reverse the case, indigenous Fulanis living among other tribes being killed, you will just see it as a news brief, like just passing. There has been minor conflict between the Fulanis and the Bata, or the Fulani and other tribe. You will not see it as a major problem. And the Fulanis are feeling, why the double standard? You remember when that woman was killed, uh, a pregnant woman. She was killed. The baby was killed. Her three kids were killed publicly. They're there. How long has the story lasted for? Even though they are not Fulanis, nothing. And when I asked, I was told, yeah, how many media houses do you have? Okay, I said, well, none. Uh-huh. How many print houses you have? No, you don't have the media, so you don't get to say what happened in the media. The South and the East, they own the media, therefore they put on the stories that they want to make headlines. So, and you're not part of them. They cannot make your story be a headline unless you are the perpetrator and not a victim. So what I'm saying here is, it is not about tribe. The Fulanis too have this anxiety that I would go to. Last year, my brothers suspended his farm, or he spent his money. It's about to ripe for him to harvest, but he have to give up because his neighbor from the left was kidnapped when he went to see how his farm is doing. Was kidnapped, ransom was demanded, and his farm was demolished. The following day, his neighbor from the right was also kidnapped. So he said he's not going back to that village again. Oh, he lost all the money that he put there. And all of them are Fulanis. My brother is Fulani. And those that did that to them are also Fulanis, not other tribe. They're also Fulanis. So we, the Fulanis here in Nigeria as well, we feel the anxiety that the people in Benue are feeling. But what we are saying here, if there is a political will to stop this, it will definitely stop, because the ordinary Fulanis living here, nobody would like conflict to be, yeah, as Perry said, we are living in centuries ago, 1960 or what. Because it's still like are we primitive people? Like we cannot negotiate, we cannot talk to each other and find out the problem and negotiate, come to the terms, and we concede, you concede, then we live together. We have to use arms. You come with your weapon and I carry my weapon, and we fight before we resolve issues. No, atrocities have been committed all along in the history of the world. It has changed lot of things, and there is no way you can reverse it. The people that were born into certain privileged families They did not do anything. It's not that you win a lottery. It's not your effort that makes you the tribe you are. It's by chance that you are what you are. So there's no justification whatsoever for a Hausa person to say that we are coming to take back our kingdom. What kingdom are you talking about? The
Okay,
kingdom that you are still ruling?
Pullo, let me quickly get quick answers from you. We go back to other people. I'll come back and continue the conversation with you. Will you support if since the country they've not been able to stop this criminal activities going on? Will you support closing the borders, stopping people from open grazing coming in from other parts of Africa into Nigeria?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I
What about
will, oh, if not like that, if it is okay, if you are coming, we have to know who you are and where you are going, and you have a boundary. You cannot go into that area. The boundary is set. You're coming into this, you're a Fulani, go to the north. There is enough space and enough places in the north where you can graze your animal and then come back. And then you have to pay before you come in, and if you're leaving, you still have to pay.
what
If
about
I am the
stopping?
president.
Yeah, what about stopping open grazing entirely in Nigeria? Do you support that?
At the moment, no, I will not. Because it's just like the anchor border that Buhari did. We are not ready to feed ourselves. And you close the border, food is not imported, and the prices of food suddenly skyrocketed, and people can no longer afford what they are used to. Your salary is enough for you to buy a bag of rice, maize, but he closed the border and he said, "You must farm. Okay, all you need is money. Here is the money as a loan. Go and farm. We are giving you 300,000, and based on our calculation, if you farm for 3 months, dry season farming, you are going to earn this much. So you return our money, and then we will be able to feed ourselves." If you want to close the border, if you want to introduce ban open grazing, okay, educate the people first on how to do uh, a close grazing. Like you carve out a land and you put all your animals there, and you make a provision for your animals for their water to drink and food to eat. Provide it for them. Confine them within one area, and this is how you can do it. You can even gain more by doing that. You don't have to suffer. You can gain more by doing that. So if they now know it, then you close everything.
All right.
Then
Thank
that solves the problem.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me bring in someone who's here to say anything. Abby Okunla, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, Rudolph.
Yeah,
I'm a,
nice to
I'm,
have you.
yeah, I'm a great fan of your shows, right from the time of Dr. Damages. So
Thank
I got into this program via a link that was posted in a WhatsApp group that I belong to. So I saw you were the anchor, and I went back to the previous edition. It was a good one. It was quite educating, and I want to commend our young man here that has been educating us. The issue of the Fulanese, if I may say, because I'm an Edo man, and we all knew what happened in Urumi. So that was a loud cry that got the attention of the entire country. Uh, I live in the United States. I'm a Nigerian from Edo State. So this issue of open grazing has done, Nigeria a great harm. And I would agree with the parties that are saying the issue is political. Because if you look at it, in the past, like prior to the 2015 presidential election, we got series of alerts that our political elites from the north, in the bid to gain power, imported a lot of Fulanis from outside of Nigeria into the country. And I believe a lot of us didn't, you know, pay attention to that or didn't take it seriously until after they won the election and President Goodluck Jonathan ceded to that election, and no crisis, that they were anticipating. None of that happened. And these people that they flooded into our country were left at their own mercy. You know, they were not catered for, and they had to cater for themselves. So that's the genesis of all this. I feel very sympathetic with our Nigerian Fulanis because we've been living in peace and harmony with Nigerian Fulanis for a long time until this political brouhaha, happened to Nigeria. So these same Nigerian Fulanis are also victims of the mayhem that these people are, unleashing on Nigerians on a daily basis. So if you look at it, they are all not about grazing. They are all not about herders. A lot of them come in, it's just like an organized crime. They've organized themselves with a motive. They have a goal that go out there, conquer these people, get what you can get, destabilize them. I think that is majorly what their goal is. It's not about herders because majority of the crisis that is going on is not the herders, that are perpetrating, all of these. But a lot of these people hide under the guise of, herders to do these things. If you look at Edo State, to be precise, a majority of our vast forests have been taken over by these people. Only few of them are herders. And these criminals, I learned, also subdued the herders in the forest. They subdued them. They take siege of them using their cattle as a ploy, as a guy, a decoy to say, oh, they are herders, to perpetrate this crisis. So I am 100% blaming the government because the government is handling this issue with kid gloves. If you look at it, most communities are trying to stand up for themselves by the introduction of these local vigilantes and all of that. But these people are not sophisticated enough and they are not well trained to handle this kind of security issues. So that's why you see things they escalate each time these people try to, deploy the little power that they've got. You understand? So they deploy it in a very negative way that results in national uproar. So the government from the national level, they have the greater responsibility, starting from catering for herders. If you want this crisis to stop so that people don't begin to ascribe it to Fulani herders, I subscribe 100% to ranching, the system of ranching, because these cattle that are being reared by these herders are not theirs. I guess we have these rich Nigerians or people from elsewhere that owns this cow. So it is business. You cannot use your cow to destroy my own business because it is your business you are doing in the same at the same time. So I'm doing my business by farming. You bring your livestock to come and eat up my crop, which I have invested in. So it is not good for anybody, for both parties. It is not for the oppressed and for the oppressor. It's not, because both are at risk. So if the government comes up with the courage to be able to make provisions for ranching, those that are interested in doing cattle rearing business, yeah, there should be an enclosed portion of land, the confinement for these cattle. There should be agricultural extension programs, of which I know we have all these things, and monies are being budgeted for them on annual basis. But we don't see the impact, of all these budgets that they make year round. So the government should wake up, because there are a lot of ways the government can tackle these issues without inflicting pains on anybody. Even if you look at the border, we cannot continue to talk about closing borders at this time It is 2025, for crying out loud. Africa is supposed to be one indivisible unit. We're supposed to move freely from one place to another. But there should be organized structures put in place at various borders, like he said, to
All
know
right.
those coming in and going out. So our
Thank,
government should do more. They should do better uh, um,
thank you.
in the whole. Yeah, government should do better. Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much. All
Yeah.
right. Let's before Mamat, let me ask you again. I know you lived in Nigeria for about 7 months.
Mm.
I wanted to know what do you understand during that period? We were in Nigeria. What is the difference in terms of how things are done in Nigeria, and how it's done here in United States, or even in Chad?
The biggest thing is when it comes down to Nigeria and I would say any African countries, we have indigenous populations. And that's one thing that makes herding so hard. If you know how much feed actually costs, when it comes down to feeding cows and having farms, it will actually raise the price of farming and you will not get a lot of profit. You'll be spending so much on fattening your cows for them to actually stay fat because they're in one place. I mean, regardless, they're going to have exercise. And that's one thing that also causes drought. And that's one problem that's happening here in the United States as well. If you see the Midwest, all the farming, all the things that have been going on, the land is terrible for farming. It's the desert now. And the same thing is going on in Nigeria, and same thing just in the Sahel in general, Chad as well. And that is the problem. The difference is, unlike Nigeria, we can talk maybe about Mauritania. Mauritania has been planting trees to go against the desertification in their country because it's at such an extreme rate, as well as closing the borders down and making things more secure with drones, and also communicating with the local pastoralists to stop any jihadist groups or things coming through the borders, which Nigeria also fails to do. So when it comes down to it, I feel like it has everything to do with the business, just like the previous person said. Um, a lot of the Fulani cows that you see normally will be red. You also have the Buzu cows, the black cows, or white cows, right? But you see a lot of people selling the larger cows that eat a lot, that you get a lot of profit from the meat. Most of the time, Mbororo cows do not exactly get to a certain size to be able to sell and make enough profit. So when it comes down to it, I think it has everything to do with the business. People are not willing to sacrifice. They feel the older way is better because you make more profit and you don't have to invest so much capital into keeping the cows because they're just grazing over various lands. But at the same time, the drought makes it harder because the drought is taking the Fulanis off of their regular routes that they were given through Borno, through Damatru, through Adamawa State, and so on. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
will you support ban on open grazing?
I mean, I've seen that two states of Nigeria have already done that, but I think it would be better to keep the routes. The agricultural routes that have already been established, and go against the desertification in the region to prevent the other Fulani families, such as, Jafarade, coming from Mali, coming into Niger or Nigeria to make a better profit due to importation of products, and so on. Yeah.
Don't you think that the country has developed so much that it's not sustainable to maintain that old route you're talking about that was more than 1,000, maybe 200 years ago?
I mean, I feel like if the families actually do their part, you'll be able to sustain it because these places are not getting developed. You understand? If you go to Damatru, you're gonna see just land. It's just vast land. If you're going to Gaidam, if you're in Yobe State, if you're in Adamawa, if you're going through Borno, it's just vast land. It's not like people are actually developing the sorry. Yeah, they're not developing the region. So when it comes down to it, I don't think, regardless of trying to stop it in these states, it's not going to do anything. We need to go against the desertification. And that's the reason that people like Jafarabe have actually come from Mali, which, Jafarabe are known for houses as Buzu and Buzus are coming from Mali with their cows and herding in Nigeria to make better profit because of the drought in their region as well as the insecurity. So I think it's multiple families running away from the insecurity as well as the desertification at the same time, because many Fulani families, especially I would say in 2010, 2011, coming from Niger, Doso, Chintabaraden, and the Igdalen families, they have had to leave everything that they had in the countryside. Everything. They had hundreds of cows that just are gone. They're dead. They've lost all their profit. They've lost everything that they've worked for, and that the previous people have worked for. Yes.
Okay, for those who are just joining us, I can see you. I'll bring you in, but I want to get to a few things. He was in Nigeria and he knew a lot about the intertribal issues with the Fulanis. Let me ask you, beyond the issue of grazing, we also have this kidnapping issue that is going on.
hmm
When did that become a trend or a thread, if you should say?
I
What led
think
to that?
if you see actually the history of Nigeria, when it actually comes down to it, the Sao people from Kanam Borno, this has been a trade for centuries. So when it comes down to it, we're talking about kidnapping. As you know, Sao people left from Nigeria and entered into Kanam Borno to get slaves and ended up conquering the whole Kanam Borno territory, which we now call Kanuri. So when it comes down to it, I feel it has everything to do with the as I said, the desertification. It has a lot to do with people losing their jobs. It has a lot to do with governments, not just Nigeria. We can even talk about Libya, Niger, Chad, not sustaining the economy and giving people jobs. And new markets open up for people to create money, just as transporting migrants from Niger to Libya, which is one of a big market now. And they get their money and fall into the wrong hands of some people. So when it comes down to it, I feel like, as I said, multiple conflicts are going on right now with various families, not just Fulanis. We have Arab, we have Wasili Arab, Arab Turku, Arab Bagara, many different peoples who you can say are Fulani, because they're herding cows, right? But it really doesn't it really doesn't consequate a reason for people kidnapping. So I don't condemn that. That is something that is terrible. But as I said, in the region, this has been happening before. The difference is now it's gone at a rate where people are actually able to document it, and that is something, yeah, that has to be talked about.
Yeah, to add to that, please, Dr. Damages, I just want to ask him, do you think the non-Fulanis are the only victims of that kidnapping and
Mm.
demolition people livelihood in land? Are the Fulanis, I mean, are the other tribes only the victims of that kidnappings?
No, it actually has nothing to do with Fulani. It actually has everything to do, as I said, with the job market. If you know, within the past 20 years, we have the Arab Wasili, Arab Shua people actually who have come into the region, into Nigeria, and taken on the education, unlike some other Fulani tribes that were in the Bornawi region, which they are now regretting. Many documentaries are coming out where those people in the North Borno Difa region are going to get education, but also have seen the outcome, what the Shua Arabs have created based on what they're doing. So when it comes down to it, uh, everybody is facing something. And I bring up Shua Arab because if you actually see in chat, the Fulani in the Shua Arab are also in conflict because of the selling of cows, because there's such the saturated market in cattle herders. There's not enough profit to be made because of international importation. So when it comes down to it, as I said, it has everything to do with economics. It has to do not with tribe at all, because you see other tribes herding cows. You see Abala herding camels.
Well, what about the Fulanis? Are they united, like under one umbrella, always attacking and then inviting others to come? Are they all the same, or there is an intertribal clash among the Fulanis themselves?
There's an intertribal clash among the Fulanis. As I said, it it is so crazy because keep hearing people use the word Buzu, and Buzu people are coming from Mali. Buzu is not even a word, a Hausa word. It's a Bambara word for people who are along the Niger Delta. So when it comes down to it, these people, as I said, misusing words and the names you give people for their identity definitely creates problems. Um, just not among the Fulanis, but other tribes that are interchangeable in the region. You have a lot of the Morabit, which are just most of the Arabs. You have, Zagawa. You have all these people who are also Kanuri, Kanambu, all these people who also are semi-pastoralists. So when I say it's an interconflict with even the Fulanis themselves to talk about herdsmen and bring up Mbororo pictures like Buzu, or bring up a picture of a Bodado, and then say that these are the same people, because they're not the same families. But yes.
Okay, so let me ask two of you, because people watching this now, especially people in the South, will be listening and they'll be thinking, and you saw that in the comments from last week, they'll be thinking, why should we care about whether there is inter-Fulani conflict, whether this is not, they are not planning this? Most people want this to stop. And they are crying, they are complaining, they are basically saying that this cannot be sustained. You can't be killing us. We don't know who is who. We don't have enough. We have to be alive to actually invest in knowing the difference and understanding that. That's how most people, rational people, think about this. How can this stop? Why is it that the Fulanese, they say this, and I have videos of government officials, like the governor of Bauchi State, saying that they should have arms. And other people are saying, why should Fulani herders have arms, and then they cannot have arms to defend themselves? What do you say to those people? Any of you can take it.
Now, can I
When it,
take that?
yeah. Mhm.
Go ahead, Pulu.
Yeah, they make the argument that okay, since they are blaming the Fulanis, they are the one that knows who is Mbororo, who is this, who is that, where those people came from. Okay, pass a legislation, give them arms so that they can defend those people, because those people that are coming in with weapons to kill them. Even the indigenous Fulanis,
Mhm.
those that are coming in are coming with weapons and kill them. So they have no means of protecting themselves. So can you give us arms to protect ourselves?
Mhm.
Now, if you say only the Fulanis can have arms to defend themselves, what about the other tribes if they make the same arguments? The anxiety I keep having, just like you said, the Benue people are having, is the anti-Fulani rhetoric that is being amplified on Twitter and TikTok. Where you hear people saying Fulanis are not even indigenous of Nigeria, they should leave and go back to wherever they come from, to their lineage. If everybody is to be sent back to his lineage, some people will not know where to go. Where will I go? This is where I know. I don't know anywhere. And I can't go to another person's land. My parent and my grandparent have lived here for hundreds of years. And you're saying, okay, my origin is in Senegal. So I go to Senegal and then chase Senegalese away. The other tribes that are living in Senegal now, send them away. Like this is our land. Or in the United States, the native, okay, say like, okay, now we are educated. You call us native, it means it's our land. So every white person should leave United States. It is not your land, it is our land. Will that happen? No, no way. But why do you keep amplifying it and making a general statement on collective punishment for a conflict that happened 100 years ago when both of us were not, all of us were not born? And
Pullo,
you think you have a justification to come and kill me? Are you
Pullo,
kidding me?
hold on. There are also, I got a comment from someone who said, I think Mamat mentioned stereotyping, and it has come up here. And someone wrote me and said, "Oh, this is exactly what happened in 1960s when some officers planned a coup, and some people said that these were Igbo people that planned the coup and went and started killing Igbo people. That people are doing exactly the same thing that was done. That was how that person interpreted everything, like what you are saying now. And I understand that you are not going to stereotype and say all people, Fulani people, are the ones who are doing this. What do you say to someone like that who's watching now and thinking, oh, people are complaining that people are judging them and stereotyping a whole ethnic group? But this is exactly what people do in Nigeria, and people have died because of that.
Yeah, I will take what the other guy was saying. Yeah, it's miseducation, misrepresentation of misnomer. Even the term Fulani is not actually a misnomer. I already told you. We call ourselves Fulbe, not Fulani. Hausas call us Fulani. They call our language Fulatanci. Those that does not know that, they say Fulani, whether it's the language or the person or the people that speak the language. Whereas the people that are speaking the language are called Fulbe in plural, Pullo in singular form. Uh, this misnomer, okay, if somebody is passing with just dressed like Muhammad, what will you call him? You'll say Buzu if you live in the north. And he is not Buzu. Just because he put on a turban, you just call him Buzu, especially if you have some tea in a flask and holding something and, and walking. Let us say he is he is Buzu selling tea. His job is just to guard some politician's house. The anxiety that he is feeling there. Okay, now we are in a modern era where we can talk about this and we can verify things easily. Then, when that happened to Igbos, we don't have access to lots of information that we can verify. Actually, does that actually happen? Is that actually the correct thing? But now in a modern era, we can talk about it, we can verify if this actually happened. Had it been it is now, it will be very hard for people to get away with certain things that they did in the 1960s.
All right, thank
Lack
you.
of information and lack of educated people.
All right, thank you. Mamat, you want to say something, add something to this?
Yeah, definitely. Just like you said, it's the stereotyping, and it has to do with being a Nigerian. If you are a Nigerian and you want to better the country, you shouldn't just think about, yourself. As you said, why should other Nigerians care about this? Because it's a conflict that's going on that needs to be awakened, just not in the north. I mean, we can have the insecurity. I mean, the Lake Chad region has been insecure for a long time now. You understand? Lake Chad is also Yobe, Borno State. So when it comes down to it, I feel like it has everything to do with educating people, to stop the stereotypes. There's nothing against the Fulani Hausa. I don't know how that's even possible. It's just not possible. The intermarriage has gone too far between the two tribes. It's not just Fulani Hausa. You can just say it's a term created under multiple tribes, because a Kanuri person will call themselves Hausa. You'll hear Bata people calling themselves Hausa. You'll hear everybody calling themselves Hausa if you're in the north. I mean, I don't know where this rhetoric is coming from, but when it comes down to it, I feel the miseducation needs to stop. And if you're a Nigerian and you want to change it, you should, guide the government or try to push groups. If you're international, especially international people who can get, NGOs or any people in the region to help to plant and stop the desertification, so the tribalist tribe, the pastoralist tribes, I'm sorry, do not have to come down from the north to the south, as well as making better security so that the north doesn't have to come down to the south. It has everything to do with security, because if you go and you know that your cows might be stolen, or in the nighttime somebody's going to take your stuff. It's just that Fulanis just don't hurt cows. You have sheep, you have goats, you have udan that are herding sheeps. You know what I mean? So when it comes down to it, it has everything to do with the insecurity, and it's not coming from the Fulani, but I would say it's coming from various group in the Sahel, which I just will use a broad term. Yeah. Mhm.
All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get our regular guys to come in. They can ask questions for Mamat and Pullo and Aliu, if Aliu is still around, or if they want to make a comment on what they have had today. So let me start with you, AY. Go ahead.
Um, Thank you, Dr. Damages, for organizing this again, man. Well done, good job. I want to come in the area of solution. Muhammad, listening to you, I begin to think this problem is more complicated than I thought. One thing I think that is not clear in discussing the solution is the ban on open grazing. It seems it's something that a lot of us don't want to accept. Um, Both Mahaman and Pullo have said they should restrict their cows to the north. But even the northerners are not safe. Why don't you understand that in Zafara, in Katsina, in Benue, people have been dying like forever, even in Plateau? So this is a general problem across the country.
Mhm.
Okay, the first question, why can't we ban open grazing? What will it cost for a Fulani man to feed a cow for a year in the area of when open grazing is banned and they are restricted to a particular area? We're gonna look in terms of cost, like to manage one cow, right? Which I think can be included in the cost of the cow during selling, right? Yeah, that's one aspect we look at it. The the other thing is somebody measured that, oh, in some of the cases they are not Fulani. Yes, we agree, but we can also deny that we have seen Fulani on recently. I've been seeing a lot on people's farm with guns, AK-47. Where are they having? Where are they getting these guns? Who gave them AK-47? That's another thing I want you guys to address. Listen, I have defended. I know I'm not the person that know how to talk about, oh, put people in one bus. I have said on this platform there are a lot of good Fulani that are not interested. We have good Fulani. I have a lot of friends that are Fulani. I'm not putting, it's not all Fulani. We have Fulani that are doing this. Why is nobody talking? So the Fulani exposed a lot of educated Fulani in the north, the elite Fulani. Why are they not talking? Why are they not seeing this is becoming a problem? Because what we are having attacked now, the way people are going, especially in the south, it's more like this is headed to. I pray it doesn't happen, so we will not have civil war in our hand, because people are really hungry. It has gotten to this point. So one of the major solutions I see in all this is to stop open grazing, restrict movement of cows, if not for anything, to certain area like bush, like, okay, this is your, stay in this zone and take care of for your animals, don't leave. So if we are having foreign Fulani coming to join them, they need to recognize these people. Yeah, I understand in the area of government should protect Nigeria borders. Clearly, of course, they are not doing that. Northern borders are porous. We can't sugarcoat it. They have free in and out. So why are we not looking at a way of, okay, let's identify the Fulani that are coming to join the Fulani in Nigeria. We make sure did not commit all this crime? Because this is actually like getting out of hand. I know I've asked a lot of questions. Let me allow other people to speak.
All right. Thank you, AY.
Yes, I want to go off of your last thing. I just want to give an example. If you have a Fulani of Bodado heritage coming from Agadez who has lost all of their cattle and they're hungry, right? And they come down because Bodado are also indigenous to Nigeria, right? You cannot tell the difference. You'll see the same tribal mark, you'll see the same everything, right? Same family. And they come and they decide, I'm going to risk my life to steal somebody's cows because that's the only way I can make money, right? Which is, you see this happening. I mean, you can ask even some butchers how many of them have been uh, jailed because of selling stolen cows, right? When it comes down to it, stopping the herding will not stop anything because the people themselves, other tribes are investing in this agriculture. You understand? They're not going to make their profit. And just like you said, you asked how much is it to make feed? How much is it to feed at least one cow? It's not about the feed itself, but it's about when you give your cow the feed, if it's gaining fat or if it's gaining the muscle. Once the cow goes and grazes, it'll lose all of that fat. Or when it's sold in the market, they're already testing how much fat it has, how much fat compared to meat, and you will not get the same price. This is why people are not willing to do this because the grazing is the best way. If you look at the American way, you see a lot of people using corn, wheat, in a mixture of molasses to fatten animals, as well as drugs to boost growth in a short amount of time that Africa does not have. It is too. The medicine is too expensive to even import. So when it comes down to it, you see many people in the agricultural business will suffer. And that is one of the biggest markets in Nigeria right now. The agriculture, the livestock, not just the Fulanis are the people who are, benefiting from it. So when it comes down to it, I say again, we're going off of rhetoric here, of insecurity being from hurting. I mean, if you know anything about moving to the south, there's a fly. I don't know what this fly's name is exactly in English, but this fly, if it bites your cows will die. So they're even taking a risk on bringing their cows to the south, closer to the sea, uh, to to have security. And this is the biggest thing that I feel it is. It's just the security. If we maintain security, this stuff won't happen. We won't lead to desertification and other groups coming in. And this has to do not just with Nigeria. It has to do with the other Sahelian countries also going against the desertification. So people groups from the same family do not come to Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Let's hear KJ.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages, for having me, and I want to thank your two guests. They have spoken very well. I think the Fulani Nation will be proud of your presentations today. I'm one person who have followed the developments that you've talked about, as many of what you spoke. I think I have a vivid understanding of it. But I want to ask you a few questions before. I mean, I'll make my comment and I'll ask you a few questions. One of the questions I want you to think about is, have you ever thought about or heard that term that God gave Nigeria to the Fulanis as their inheritance on earth? And that's one. Two, the governor of Bauchi State said that every Fulani man all around the world is a Nigerian. They are free to come and go as they please. Is that also acceptable in the League of Nations? That whoever is a Fulani person, no matter where he is, he even gave an example that he has relatives in Cameroon, in Niger, in Chad, and all that, and they are all are free to walk into Nigeria and go to any part of the nation and live. He also said that the Fulanis have the right to be in any forest in Nigeria, irrespective of what state that is, and they are free to be there and do their legitimate business unperturbed. Now, put that in mind, and I'll go ahead and make my other observations. Now, the desertification. I grew up in the north. Even yesterday, I invariably I spoke a friend of mine who is a Fulani. We all went to secondary school together. Aminu Kanu, that's his name. Purebred Fulanis who have been friends from secondary school. We are still friends till tomorrow, and there are many of them. I have about about 4 or 5 of them. So we understand what the real people who are Fulanis. That 7% that originally existed in Nigeria don't have any problem with living in Nigeria. Now, people come with that argument that it's because of desertification that the Fulanis are moving downwards. Question that we should ask is, how be it that we're not able to deal with desertification in the northern part of Nigeria? Libya, with Gaddafi of blessed memory, was almost the same state, you know. Israel, where all these are desert, countries, but they are able to develop and afforestate their communities and live there with, with a good number of trees that will make their life more meaningful. Now, questions have been asked, and that's the question that Dr. Damages asked you. How come that it's only the Fulani that will now be given the right to graze along the by the way, I want to correct an impression. People keep saying there is a grazing route. The grazing route didn't cross this to the south. It only stopped in the north. Certain few areas were given grazing routes, and that came all the way, just a bit into the Benue, but not even through the Benue. So now they are trying to create artificial grazing routes, even in other states. If you remember, there was the intention of giving, Ruga in 774 local governments in Nigeria. That means that the Fulanis will have been the most widely spread out, and that will be found in every local government in Nigeria. Yours beloved here, I was one of those who took that campaign of, to ban grazing. In fact, I leaked some of those information, but I won't tell what to do with it. To those who are in places to make decisions, and they took the decisions. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying to say, is it possible that a nation that has over 600 different languages will allow one particular language to constantly go to wherever they want to go to and do with the people whatever they want to do with them? Is that going to in any way bring Nigeria together? If that is no, then I think it is time, whether they are Fulanis coming from outside of Nigeria or the ones living in Nigeria, they need to retrieve their steps as we, right away, like yesterday. Thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate your honesty also for putting across your ideas. Thank you.
Dr. Dame, you can put me on back shade so you can break it for him.
Okay. Go ahead and take that question, and then we can
Yeah. I honestly don't think it has to do with the Fulanis. And as a Nigerian, if I feel like as a Nigerian, just like as an American, just like as a Chadian, regardless of your tribe, it doesn't restrict you to a certain zone of your country. When it comes down to it, the Fulanis, I mean, this what you were saying is political rhetoric and opinions of a person. It doesn't mean that it serves for all Fulanis and that all Fulanis think the same. You understand? But I feel as a Nigerian, regardless if you're Fulani, if you're Kanuri, regardless of your indigenous being from the north, you should be able to go anywhere in the country. I do not feel that it's okay for other Fulani families from other places to be able to come in and seek the same benefits, which is something that I'm against. But it's contrary to others. So when it comes down to it, as I said, it serves in insecurity. It really does. To bring in other families, I mean, though Bagirmi people were already in Nigeria, to now bring Bagirmi people in, especially with the insecurity in Lake Chad and insecurity in other regions. I think it would be better for Nigeria to close that or put something in place to mark those people who are coming in where they have to pay tax or tariff to do their business in Nigeria because of the insecurity that it might bring. But when it comes down to it, I feel that most of what you're saying is it's contrary. It's opinion. It doesn't have to actually uh, you know, represent the whole Fulani community. And as I said, the Fulanis are not the only ones herding cows. There's other communities that are in Nigeria that are herding cows that are semi-pastoralists, not just pastoralist in research that they put Fulanis under. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Let's I know that our guest Pullo left and he is not able to come in because the studio is full. I'm trying to make room for him to come back. So if you
Okay,
are
I can give you my position.
okay, so if you are if you are trying to come in, please give us space so that he can come back in and then we can get back on track. Tony, you're next. Quickly, a question so that we can get to the people who are here and then we go to our regular show on Saturday. Tony, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Thank you for the program and greetings to Muhammad and Pro and everyone who is listening. My worry actually is that uh, a lot have been spoken about, desertification, which is true. If you look at the statistics, you see that the Sahara Desert has expanded from all the evidence that we have. And so the tendency is for pastoralists, for instance, to begin to look for areas where they can find pasture for their herds. But I'm wondering, is it Nigeria? Is Nigeria the only country that, has to bear this kind of brunt that we see and this unfortunate attacks from cattle headers and so on and so forth. If you look at Ghana, look at Burkina Faso, look at Cameroon, there are Fulanis there. And we don't seem to hear this type of outcry that we see in Nigeria. We don't seem to hear people say is the Shua or the Bagarmi or the Kwararafa or Junkun or so that are causing this problem that we're seeing. Governors that have spoken, individuals whose farms have been attacked and so on, keep pointing to a particular ethnic group and indicating that they are the ones that are causing this problem. So we just can't sweep this under the carpet. So my question is, what are the Fulanis themselves or the Fulbe doing in the light of these various accusations? If you say it's stereotyping, what are they doing, particularly those in the north, the town Fulani, as it were, the elite Fulani? What are they doing? What have they done to be able to stem this tide? Because we can't continue this way. You push people to a point where they probably would retaliate. So that's my question.
I prefer not to answer this question. Can Aliu answer this question?
All right, thank you. Let's see. Ali, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tony, what I'm going to say about this is that, first of all, like I said earlier, the leaders are in support of what is going on in the northern Nigeria. Because if they are not in support of what's going on, this thing will not continue to happen. Because I would say that the leaders from north or some part of the country, like sometimes ago, there were a group of people that were paid to be carrying out those attacks. And the news goes that these people are Fulanis, this and that. And most of the time, the Fulanis are not the one carrying out those activities. But we will go and say the Fulanis are the one doing this, doing that. And I think this is a political issue, because if the politicians really want this thing to stop happening, I think it will really stop. I think that's what I'm going to say about this.
All right. Thank you so much. And Tony, thank you. Let's bring in someone else. Please, if you can go straight to your question, that will help us to get through with everybody who is here. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me, Dr. Damage? I was having. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to see you, Matt. I needed to ask you a few questions before I bring up my question. I just wanted to understand where you live, or how often do you live in Nigeria, and do you understand the political dimension in Nigeria?
I wouldn't say so much. I'm not so good on the politics in Nigeria. I just live there. I'm just here
Oh,
for
okay, okay.
schooling now, but yeah.
Okay, I mean, I see where you're coming from, your point of view. Okay, but
Hmm.
I think what's going on in Nigeria is just more than what you think. There's some
Mm,
political connection, going on in Nigeria, and to
mm,
be precisely because we are not the only countries. For example, Senegal, they are majority Muslim Fulanese. They don't have this open grazing we have. I just feel like this open grazing. This is my own personal opinion. It's a pretense. I mean, there has been an Usman Dafodia ideology, to Islamize Nigeria. I mean, that's probably the ideology that is pretty much perpetuating right now. So I'm not going to misword the way I feel about it. I mean, I may be wrong, but going by what's going on, I mean, you have a lot of land. I mean, okay, let me make it straight. It's not all Fulanis because one of my best friend, a doctor in Jacksonville, the famous Mayo Clinic, is a Fulani. So having said, I'm not trying to generalize it, but there's a hidden agenda. They are using this as a pretense because they have a lot of land. Even Niger State is more than the whole of Southeast. So why can't you all use that land over there? Is it because the land is not fertile? You need to do the modernized mechanism which the Senegal are doing. We have the same. They have the same kind of land you have in the north, but they employ the USA to help them. Of modernization of of ranching. Why can't that happen in the north? The reason why I think it's not going to happen because there's some political ideology behind that. I mean, they just want to conquer, they just want to conquer Nigeria. This is just what I feel. But can you shed more light if you have knowledge about what I just said? But this that's my own opinion.
When it comes down to Senegal, you cannot use Senegal as an example because Senegal has a high importation of meat coming from other countries, which is actually taking the jobs of the Fulani men and forcing them to move from Senegal into Firdolen, like Gambia and Mali, which also is causing some problems. It's the fact of the media. As I said, uh, even right now, when it comes down to it would be better for you to take a cow from Nigeria and sell it into Chad than sell a cow in Nigeria. You'll get better profit. When it comes, it has everything to do with business when you're talking about agriculture. And I don't think agriculture is the problem here that we're facing, as I said. I think it has everything to do with insecurity and instabilization in the government because places like Senegal, Gambia, Mali, you can track these people. They have their heritage, they're indigenous. It's not easy to get to citizenship, it's not easy to get papers like Nigeria. When it comes down to it, I just feel that Nigeria is more unstable than these countries that you're mentioning, and the system that has been brought to those countries uh, gives them a better opportunity to go against these problems in the region. So I don't think you can actually compare Senegal, Mali, Gambia to those places, especially when Senegal provides more jobs to Fulanis who are looking to have a better life in the city. Places like Senegal, Gambia, you can get a good job and you don't have to worry about this stuff. But a lot of people are staying with pastoralism because that is the number one business in Nigeria. It makes a lot of money. So even if you put those tariffs and those things in line to buy feed, ranching, and all of that. It will take a lot of people out of the market and they'll lose jobs. And then probably more insecurity will happen because nobody has work. So I think it has everything to do with the economics. Places like Senegal are more developed. Gambia are more developed. Sierra Leone, in farming and ranching, are more developed. And regardless, you can pass through the borders, and they're not having these problems. The problems that they're having are things like medicine, things like the government, that they feel the government is not giving them enough subsidies like other countries are to the Fulanis, so they decide to leave. And I think it has everything to do with the government and the economy. That's what I feel like we need to be talking about here. What needs to change? Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me also say that for those watching, there are two special guests who are trying to join us. We have opening for you to join now. I will get to everybody, but if you can help me when it comes to your turn, just go straight to your questions so that we can get people to weigh in. Dr. Perry, I will come back to you. Let me just get Ike to weigh in, and then I'll come to you and get your view on what has been going on. Ike, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, my brother Muhammad and Liu and Polo. Glad to see you that you guys come in the platform. Is a good thing for us to see. And I think that if something like this is happening in other platforms, the younger generation of the Fulanis begin to educate their people, I think we have a better society. Last week, I saw Senator Sani talking to graduates of the Fulani extraction in his house. He's telling them what is going on, that is a true fact. Most of the Fulanis are the people that are doing this. And for them that are in a position to educate their people, that they that are the younger generation of the Fulani should take it upon themselves to go talking to their fellow Nigerians, begin to educate them that it's not all of them, that they should not be painted with the same brush. So I think one of the greatest problem Nigeria is having is accepting the fact that open grazing is the problem. I want to give you an example. I don't have a question. I'm making just a general comment and I'll give somebody an opportunity. I lived in Mali for 13 good years. Mali. And from Gao to Mopti to Timbuktu to Kidal, the northern part of Mali, I know everywhere in Mali. You don't have open grazing of cows in Mali. In the cities of Mali, in Bamako, you don't go where people are farming and begin to destroy their farmlands. They have lands where they go to do the cows are where they go to do with their cows. They don't go destroying people's farm. So I don't know why the political elite in Nigeria from the Fulani extraction are not trying to tell Nigerians the truth. I was told, I don't know which is true, that Sambisa forest is bigger than Belgium. Why can't they do the cow over there? The Sambisa forest, I was told, is bigger than Belgium. I don't know if it is true.
It is true.
They have a land. They can do this. And we can stop killing ourselves. The last incident in Plateau State is a genocide, extermination of a people. And nobody is taking responsibility. And nobody is trying to admit that this is wrong. I've not heard any of you I'm happy that you guys are here, but I have not heard any of you to say, listen, I am sorry for what is going on. The last killing in
Right.
Plateau State is a genocide. And it has been happening in the southern Nigeria. From the southeast to the south to the southwest. Is it not time that your political leaders and the elite in the north are beginning to tell your people the truth? Polo made a comment that the southern Nigeria is taking control of the news media. Nobody stop your millionaires and academicians to have a news media. That's your problem. I'm not going to tell me the business that I have to do. So I think that it is time that Nigerian government and the people that are concerned that we ban this open grazing. Because if we ban this open grazing, these people are not coming to anywhere in the south. And I don't think we will continue to have this killing. So if somebody is not ready to accept the truth, what is going on in Nigeria, and the killing that is going on in Nigeria, all in the name of whatever they call themselves, grazing or herdsmen, somebody has to stand up. I don't think that it is good to kill anybody, because not me and you can be able to produce a human being. We cannot give life. And for anybody to take somebody's life, it's a heinous crime. Not only taking a life that is an innocent life, a pregnant woman that has done nothing, and the innocent child who could become a president of a country is taken away by a callous human being that is not even supposed to be called a human being. Polo, I
Yeah,
want
that
to
has
thank you.
been
I
done
want
by
to thank
the
you.
guy.
Last week you said you were not, you find yourself being a Fulani. That's the way every of us find myself to be an Igbo man. I didn't choose to be an Igbo man. Everybody from everywhere around the world, nobody had chosen where they want to be. I came into this world and I saw myself as an Igbo man. And I cannot change it. And I'm not telling anybody to change it. And I'm proud of you that you said, yeah, you're proud of being a Fulani. And I am happy to hear that. But I think that your generation is in your hand now to begin to educate people, to let them to understand that we can live together as one people in Nigeria. But we have to also admit the fact that the people, the politicians that are sponsoring the killing in Nigeria, all in the name of all these things that is going on, that is a true fact. And if we cannot say, let us stop open grazing, I don't know where we're going to get headway. The insecurity in the north, or all the borders of Nigeria, the politicians are the cause of it. We know that. I am not denying the fact that the problem is the politicians, because they are making money out of it. These people that are taking our cows, it is your multi-millionaires and billionaires that owns the cow. It's not even the people that are riding the car, they are not the owners of the car. It is the same elite that are supposed to know better and to stop this killing that is going on. But no, it is all about politics. So I just want to thank you and Mahat and Dr. Aliu. It is good that they are here. And I think, but my own case is to people to continue to educate your people. Now you are speaking your mind. And I was so happy last week when you came here, and you are here again today. I just want to say God bless you. But please continue to educate your people. Never stop telling the truth, because I think the truth will set every one of us free. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right. Thank you so much, Ike. Um, what happened to? Okay. Uh, Paulo, what happened to him? He left. All right, Mamat, go ahead if you have any response. If you had what Ike said. All right. I don't think Aliu, are you here? Aliu.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you have anything? So can you respond to Ike?
Yeah, first of all, what I want to say is that I am really, really sorry for what's happening in the north. Because the northerners are affected more than anybody in Nigeria. This problem also affect the northerners and also the Fulanis and the Hausas living in the northern part of Nigeria. This is not only happening to a certain group of people like the Christians or one tribe. This thing affects everybody, mostly the Hausa and the Fulanis living in the northern part of Nigeria. So this thing happening is actually, I would say, a group of people that were on a mission, because this is actually a mission. Maybe they use the Fulani people, or They're different kind of people. What is actually happening is that these people are carrying out these attacks, uh, all in the name of what will I say? This is actually happening because there are a group of people that want this thing to continue happening. So what actually we are going to do is that what is the solution? How are we going to find this solution? That's the
Well,
question that we are.
so I want
Dr.
to
David, can
add to
you
what
get
my
back to you so
fellow
that
has
when others
said.
can come in?
Please,
I'll join you
I
again.
have a network problem. He raised about educating our people with responsibility. So, are
Pullo,
you aware of
we can
the
hear you. We can hear you
nomadic?
very. We can hear you
Can you
very
hear
well.
me now?
Okay, okay, it's a little better.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I want to ask him. Is he aware of the Nomadic Education Act, where it has been passed almost over 30 years ago that the federal government will be allocating certain money to the education ministry to follow these Fulanis where they are, wherever they are, to track them. If they leave this place by the end of June, they will be in this place in August. So they will place teachers. Teachers will already know the map out of the Fulani route, wherever they go and how long they will stay there and what time is the best to teach them. The proposal was there. It was presented by Professor Jibril Amin when he was there. He is a Fulani man from Adamawa State. It was approved. So the fishermen and the herders should be followed wherever they are and be educated. The money has been going out. The budget always continues given to education sector. But when it comes to delivering media nothing, nobody is attentive. If
Okay.
you even bring
Pullo,
a story, sorry,
Pullo.
he also talk about the politicians coming out to condemn it. My God. It has and the woman that has been killed by the Fulanis. It has also happened in the South. I didn't hear any Southern condemning
Pullo,
killing a woman, a pregnant woman with a
Pullo,
ticket.
Pullo, we're
Nobody talk
having
about that. Talking about media, we don't have our media. Second, about condemning, nobody condemns his race if you are talking about the politics. Nobody. Just you can just keep on hearing news. Gani Adams, what he has been doing, which prominent Yoruba guy
Pullo,
came forth.
Pullo, we're hearing feedback from you, and it's very noisy. We can hear you very well. So maybe you can log out and come back in, and that may help us to hear you well.
He should
Um,
remove his earpiece. The
or
earpiece is causing
okay,
it.
or remove your earpiece. That may be the problem. Let's see if that is good. And meanwhile, it's
Can you
it's
hear me?
still it's still the same. It's still bad. Uh,
Is still
okay,
bad.
good. Okay, good, good. Now this is good. Go ahead. So
Okay.
finish your thoughts. Yeah.
So we are talking about condemnation and where it happens, what happens, who is supposed to. That the government have already made a provision for that. Then the money is being released by the government every year. Where is the money going? Like track the map of these Fulanis, the route they follow from this place to the next place to the next place to the next place, and keep teachers there, and you learn their culture. We have education. We have a course, nomadic education, at the federal colleges of education. So they were taught on how to teach those nomads and fishermen. So, and then even at the university stage, if you want to study nomadic education, you can study nomadic education. You will even get more paid if you are teaching in a nomadic area than if you are teaching in the city. And you are not you have a lot of opportunities there as well with your students. But where is the money going? Where are the teachers? Even if they are Fulanis or non-Fulanis, where are they? Where are the teachers that are teaching the fishermen? And the Fulanis. Where are they? The Fulanis are that are doing that. We all agree that Okay, let's say maybe 10% of Nigerians are doing that. Maybe some percentage of Nigerians are hiding behind Fulanis and then steal Fulani cows. I mean, go and burn the village and steal whatever they can steal and then blame it on Fulanis. Maybe they can do that. But majority of the problem is the foreigners that are pouring in. Where are they getting the arms? Libyan war, Chad, Niger, all those areas, the guns are maybe easily available there. They can come with their guns into this country without you even knowing, and then they don't care if they come. I keep on repeating this as if nobody's hearing me. They don't care. They don't ask if this farm belongs to a Fulani man or a Muslim. They will just destroy it if they want to destroy it. And even if they can see you, you are a Fulani man, you don't have to say, okay, I'm a Fulani man, please don't do this. They don't give a damn. They will just do it. And if you try to resist, they will kill you, even if you're a Fulani person. So, about condemnation, if the Fulanis do it, why would you force me to condemn something that I have not done? Why? Why should I be apologizing for something that somebody has done? I am not responsible for what he has done. Why would I be the one to condemn him? Why
All
will
right.
I go in public and condemn him? Wait, about the politics in play is like, okay, the cows over there are actually the herders have little or no cows. I said that in the previous version as well. Most of the cows are owned by millionaires in town, and those people are not only Fulanis. In fact, most of them are not even Fulanis that owns those cows. But you want Mieti Allah to condemn it. Mieti Allah is in bed with the Gainakos and the other Fulanis. So once you, if you're a politician, once you know they are your best, once you make a comment against them, you know what will follow. Even the tweet, let's take example from our local politics. Even the tweet that Atiku tweeted when that girl was banned, when she was alleged to have committed sacrilege by abusing Prophet Muhammad. She was killed. Atiku's first tweet was to condemn it. Then later he came and deleted it, and he wanted to defend it, like he's not aware, he is this and that. By that time, the damage has already been done. He's already trying to do damage control from his base, who already see him as an outsider. So let's look at about the condemnation. Let's look at advanced democracy. Those that are the champions of democracy, 400 days of democracy, the United States of America. Donald Trump, I keep giving this example. Donald Trump, you have never seen him condemning the KKK, despite everything that the KKK has been doing. You have never heard him talking about gun control. And people have been, white male Christian or even an atheist will go to a synagogue and kill 20 people or 30 people. But the media, they will try, will finding out to you know, spin it and then say he is a lonely guy with some mental issues that committed this act. But you will never hear Trump condemn it again, and it is wrong
Hold on.
because
Last.
the gun, what do you call it, the NRA contributed to his campaign fund, and he knows most of his base are supporting the what, maybe even secretly supporting what the KKK is doing. So he cannot condemn his base. This is an advanced democracy.
Pull
When did we start with
up.
our democracy? Not up to 50 years.
Yeah, so let's be quick so that we can get to everybody. But let me just tell you, I hope you saw this last week during in the comments. People were saying that you made this case last week, and they raised the issue of, you said that this is an advanced democracy, America, but that not everything here is right. Not everything that is going on is ideal, and even within this country, people condemn when the leaders are doing things that are not right, so that we are not going to, this is part of the argument on the comment section, we are not going to adopt or say, use that as an excuse to say that we shouldn't do something because in America, Trump didn't do anything in a situation you may think is similar. So that's what people are raising. I don't know if you want to quickly address that before we
Yeah,
go to Jim.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I I've already said that. You know my view. I never condone what is happening, the killings and everything. I don't like it. My people are killed much, maybe multiple times the number of people that are dying in the south and the east. If you calculate the number of deaths in Zamfara alone, it will put the number of deaths caused by Fulanis in maybe Ondo or Abia State 100 times or 1,000 times, because the people that are living, well, who are the people that are living in Zamfara? It's the Fulanis and the Hausas and the Northerners and the Muslims. Those are the people that are living in Zamfara, and they're getting killed in Katsina and Sokoto. Who is condemning the who? Okay, yeah. Even if it is their people that are dying, have you heard them complaining or condemning? I'm just drawing an analogy there. I'm not saying it is right or wrong.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
just trying to
okay.
say, okay, look at this. The
All right, all right.
politicians, that is how they are. That is what they do. But
Mm.
you and the other people in the audience, we can talk about it. We can say we condemn it because they feel like we are not significant, so our voices are not significant. I have a friend who declined to join this because he's afraid that if he applied for a visa to leave, all this content will be seen, and if they realize that he have a view that this is what he stands for, he will be denied the visa. So he said, "Oh, I'll rather decline."
All right,
What?
all right. Yeah, thank you. We'll give you a chance to keep weighing in on this. Let's get other people to
Please
ask a
ask
question.
Muhammad
Uh,
about open grazing that somebody mentioned in Mali. That's not true. Open grazing is not banned in Mali. That's not true.
yeah, I
Okay.
to say that,
You
and
correct yourself, please. Go
I
and do your research.
some
Please go.
in Minaka.
Tell him. Tell them.
It comes down to it, open grazing, especially in the regions that he mentioned, which are some of the most vast regions, which it's crazy. Gao, Mali, which the majority people there in Gao is the Fulani, Sorai, Tamashek. When it comes down to it, there is no law about open grazing. Not in Gao. In Kidal is too far into the north to even support agriculture. So when it comes down to it, Kidal, Gao, Bamba, Nyafunke, Mopti, Bamako, none of these places have uh, anything restrictions on cattle herding. And this is actually just like I said. In Fuful, the Fulbe there have a season Kanyaral, where the Fulani men take their cows from the Delta to Senegal to sell from Mali. And there's no restrictions. They go through Kai. So when it comes down to it, as I said, it has everything to do with the people who are benefiting. I mean, you can go out and pay a boatload of men, not even 5,000 to 7,000 naira to herd your cows, and he will come back and he will take it. These people are benefiting off of the situation of people who are in distress. So when it comes down to it, these people who are coming from these other countries who are looking for work and all of these things, you can just give somebody 10,000 naira to herd your cows, and you give them some food, and then they will herd your cows anywhere you want them to. People are using these people in Bororo to go against the government. They want
Could I ask him
to
a question on that point that he keeps
No,
no
repeating? Could I ask him a question on that?
no, no,
wait.
no, no, no.
When
Please,
it comes
let's.
down, it just has everything to
You
do
are the
with
second on the
people.
line.
No, when it has everything to do with people who are exploiting
No,
people
but
who are in.
Dr. Damages, I wanna steer the conversation away from cattle herding to actually what we're supposed to.
Sorry, Pansa, sorry. We want to get to everybody. We'll get to you. You're after Chim and Flagship, you're next. Sorry. So, all right, let's go to Chim. Maybe you can finish up your thoughts when Chim gets his question. Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Thank you very much, and thank you to Flagship. I know you were here, way ahead of me, please, but I need to just leave. It's refreshing to see Mamat Jado and Pullo for real and Aliu come on the show. It's healthy so that people don't say this is a Southern affair that we just come here to bash Northerners. so that they can hear and we can judge all. I've always believed in that. Now, there are a lot of things to unpack. Um, I've enjoyed the level of understanding, but I wanted to talk about three things: grazing, the border issue, and one other thing I've forgotten. But let me come down to the grazing issue. Grazing as a mode of rearing our cattle is not a northern thing. It is not a Fulani thing. It is a thing that has been in human way of life for centuries. For those of us who are Christians, and pardon me, please, whether you believe the Bible or not, whether you think it's a myth, whether you believe Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Co were myths, that's fine. But if you have read any of those accounts, you will notice that they were pastorers. They moved their cattle around. They moved from place to place. The Joseph that some people celebrate today was caught by his brothers when he went to look for them in the process of their grazing. It was the grazing process that, for those who read the Bible, will see caused a quarrel between Abraham's people and Lot. And I can go on and on. I intentionally chose to go back that way. Even if you come to the 11th, 13th, 14th century Europe, the British, the English people, the Scottish, Irish, they grazed, they moved their cattle around. However, civilization is never static. We always evolve and looking for better ways to do things much, much better. I've had this argument that because your cow will not be strong and all that thing, that's why you need to move around. I think it's banana to begin to think that way. Pardon my use of word. In a modern era, look at the beautiful city of Kano or the beautiful city of Kaduna. I will stay in the north so that it doesn't look as if I'm saying it because they come to the south. I've visited the north several. I served in Abuja. I worked a lot in Kano. It's not proper when you see cattle moving on coal, on tarred road, struggling space with cars. So anyone who is here today in this century, 2025, justifying why cattle should be moving the roads, dropping their dumplings along the road, then something is wrong. Because these things are the things that are creating problems. So imagine someone, I mean, I'm not sure who said that, but that was beautiful. I take my time, cultivate my. For those of us who don't know the process that goes into farming, let me paint a picture for you. If it's not mechanized, I will first clear that bush, remove all the stumplings. Sometimes we burn it, then we'll till the ground, and then we now plant our products. After the first rain, maybe corn and a few fast items that usually come up, they now come up, they spring up. There's a second process. I need to go weed that farm. It's also labor intensive. All of these things I'm painting are labor intensive. They involve money. For the person who can get extra hands, he pays them to do those things. And then just around September or just around June, July, when he's supposed to go and harvest. This is stopping me like this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So just about when the man is supposed to start enjoying his labor, these kind of people we're seeing now go in there and start destroying his farm. How do you want him to accept you? How do you want him to embrace you? I'm not supporting anybody killing anybody, but these are the things that lead to people maiming their fellow human beings. The man is quantifying all the effort he put into that farming, and you've destroyed it. And then because he's fighting you back, you now go back and bring AK-47 now to come and ravage the whole thing. Take a look at it. So I think number one, any educated mind, and I expect Mahmoud when he's telling me that Israel doesn't, even Saudi Arabia, and I've visited UAE. Nobody does open grazing in those places. I work for a Tisalat. I'm going to openly say it. I visited that region several times. There is nowhere I went to in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And what's their third big city? I'm trying to remember the name. I didn't see anybody grazing anything. Rather, what these people have done, we've seen them build Burj Khalifa. We've seen them, sponsoring and hosting huge modern events. Nobody's doing any of these things. So I don't know where our northern brothers get this mindset from. If the people in Senegal are not doing this thing, I can tell you why. Because I've also visited Senegal. It is because the dominant ethnic groups in those places will not permit this. And the Fulanis in those places know that they dared not try this with those people. there will be a hard fight with them. They know. The problem in Nigeria is our political elites. That brings me to the second issue of border. Listen, I'm saying things that may offend you, but please, I'm not saying it out of hate. We must be honest, because the only way that's going to solve Nigeria's problem is honesty. The problem with Nigeria's border is the northern leaders. The guys who have led Nigeria predominantly, whether it's the person who headed customs, headed any of the immigration services, or head of state, are all northerners. It's a fact. If they wanted to fix Nigeria's border and make things work, they would do it. And the first people that will enjoy it is the same northerners that will enjoy it first and foremost. So until we begin to change this mindset, we don't even have a good census system. Why don't we have a good census system? Because some people don't want us to have good metrics. Those people who don't want to have us good metrics also come from the north. I'm sorry, I have to say it as it is. So let's start saying it clearly. I want to be able to visit Pullo and enjoy food with you and then invite you in the same way. Listen, none of us decided to be a Nigerian. I'm not even going to go into being Igbo or Fulani. I woke up to be a Nigerian. So I've accepted it. So I'm not going to wake up here and start. I have northern friends. I'm not going to go into whether they are Fulani or not. I have northern friends. I have worked with northerners. But the point is, we need to be honest. Let's solve our problem. The world is moving. They're not waiting for Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have the largest number of cows in the world. Nigeria doesn't have the largest number of cows in the world. Yet, Nigeria is the only place where cows are causing problems. The management of cow system is what is creating our problems. Why is that? So we need to begin to adopt a modern mindset. Ranching is a business. And I will end here, Rudolph, please. When somebody from the south goes to the north to do his business, whether he is from Osun State going to do his taxi business, or is an Igbo man from Nnewi going to go and sell spare parts, he goes to those places. He pays for a land. Registers his business, and conducts his business according to the dictates of that place. Let the Fulani man come to the south. If he feels, the south is the only place where he can get pasturing for his cow, pay for land, set up a ranching system, and deal with your cattle. People will patronize you. But when you begin to go into another man's farm to destroy his hard work, he can't smile with you. I think it's enough logic. That's enough logic for us to understand. I'm not if you come to my pond, stream that owned by the community, and your cows are pouring into the stream, only source of water, and drinking directly from it. Do you think I'm going to embrace you with love? No, I can't. Conflict will start. So I think, please, guys, nobody's against any northerner. I don't think I have a problem with a northerner on any issues. I just think we need to begin to realize that live and let live can be a thing. Once there is no live and let live, there's going to be confusion. Thank you, Rudolph, for giving me the chance.
All right, thank you, Chim. What I'm going to do is I want Flagship to also weigh in, and then I will let the two of you respond after Flagship, so that we can move faster. We're almost 2 hours into the conversation, and we have not even reached halfway. All
But
right.
it's my turn, though,
No,
right?
it's not. It's not. It's Flagship. He gave his spot.
Thank you, Rudolph. And good afternoon to our three northern brothers that are here today, to every member of the panel, and those that are watching. Chim, next time, don't take my spot, because you always end up saying what I want to say. So that saves a little bit of the time for me. You know, I think I was listening to Mahmoud talk about deforestation and desertification as being the reason why we're having this problem in Nigeria. I stand to differ in that, and I also stand to differ in the view that the Fulanese that are ravaging the north and the south are people that are unknown to you. I think you know them, because if you don't, you would have walked with the south and all the communities that are being ravaged by these guys that are walking around freely with guns and share information to say, these people that are here causing this problem, we don't know them, but we think that this is where they are coming from and where they are heading to next. Prepare yourself. That's a way to get to fixing this problem that we're dealing with. Chin just mentioned Saudi Arabia, the Middle East. I've been to those places a couple of times. They have cows, way more than we do. They don't roam around the streets. I've been to the modern Dubai and also to the old Dubai as it used to be back in the day when it was a fishing town. They had cows, they grazed, but they don't walk the streets with their cows. Now, here's what I want to say. The president recently was in Brazil and he signed a deal with the Brazilians on cattle rearing and meat supply to Nigeria. There is a technology there that is being used to graze their cows. Deforestation and desertification and climate change, I believe, are just hogwash excuses that are being made by those that are perpetrating this evil to cause this problem and keep claiming and taking territories. Maybe you have not seen this video. I've seen it a couple of times, and I can't seem to get past it. Your Northern Governors Forum plus your Northern elders, they sat down, had a meeting, and this was what they said. Rudolph, you know the video I'm talking about. If you can find it, if you have time, play it. Where they claimed that Nigeria and the North, as it is, it's not restricted to Bornu to Sokoto down to the Middle Belt. But the North is way past the South, the Niger Delta, and 200 nautical miles into the Atlantic Ocean belongs to the Fulanese and the Northerners. So it has absolutely nothing to do with pasteurization or grazing. There are modern day technologies that are available that you could use to fatten your cows, to put a lot on them, and to sell them in the market for profit. This is not about business. And the South has no grazing route at all. Not my community, where they have come in, killed people, taken over our lands, and they are settled there as we speak right now. If they were grazing and leaving and walking away to the next stop and we don't see them again, it's a different conversation altogether. But to tell me that pasteurization and fattening of the cows, desertification, and deforestation is the reason why the Fulanese are walking down south with guns and killing everybody in their pathways to graze their cows, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. So finally, here's a solution, all right? I'm glad you spoke about education and you are here in the US getting education. There are a lot of your northern elites that have money. Can you guys consider investing on this technology? If you don't want to go as far down as to Brazil, go to the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, consult with them. How do they graze? How do they keep their cows in these desert regions and not walk them all around other nations around them just to fatten them and put them in the market? And I've tasted the beef from this part of the world. They are about one of the best, but they raise them within ranches and they use technology to feed and raise their cows, not grazing them on people's lands. And lastly, I differ from your opinion when you say that cattle herding is the biggest agricultural business in Nigeria. It's not true, my brother. That is absolutely wrong. From Ondo State, the West, where there's cocoa, to Sapele, where there's timber, Benin, where there's palm nuts, and the rest goes on. These are agricultural products that Nigeria had survived on prior to the discovery of oil. So to say that cattle herding is the biggest business, and by so they have to go just about anywhere they like to raise those cattle and sell them. We don't export them. We only sell them in Nigeria. So there's no way it can be classed as one of the biggest or the biggest business in Nigeria. Consider getting the expertise of those who have put into use technology to raise cows, fatten them, and sell them. Namibia supplies the US 23% of the beef consumption here in the US. Consult with them. How are they doing it? And implement it. And finally, and I mean this, if you say grazing your cows is the reason why you have to come down south, what is happening to your goats, your sheep, your ram? Why are they not being pushed down south to be grazed alongside the cows? What are they eating up north where there is nothing but sand around, if that's what it is? I think you guys need to reconsider this to fix the problem, take and push back. The business part of this is setting up ranches in your communities, and you can import pasture to feed them in an enclosed environment, and you can get them as fat as you want them. You don't need to walk them around people's farms, killing their businesses in the beat of trying to make yours the best and the biggest. So there is a solution. Get to those technologies, take it back home, speak with your elites that have money, and invest in them. And maybe we'll start fixing this problem and not bother you guys from coming to the South and dealing with all this nonsense. We want a better Nigeria for us and the children that are there in Nigeria for a better tomorrow. Not only those in the South, as well as those in the North. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. What we're going to do now is we let Polo and Mahmoud to answer, and then we come to Pansa. Go ahead. Respond to the
Uh,
last two, which is Chim and the Flagship.
yeah. Oh, Tim has gone. If everybody will just be like Tim, come, say your mind, leave without hearing any response,
No, no,
then
he will.
how
He
is
has
this a
to. He has to
productive
go.
discussion?
He will listen to your response. I think he's
Okay,
listening where he is. Yeah.
maybe when you post it, probably he will listen. Okay, yeah. Nobody here is saying ranching is not good. Nobody, you already know my position. I didn't say we shouldn't. I said we should stop cow from open grazing if and only when we know that those illiterate that are in the bushes know how to do all these things. If they are trained and they know, there is no point. The problem is solved. There's no point. And both of us agree that at least 80 or 90% of the perpetrators of this, they are not, although they are Fulanis, but they are not indigenous Fulanis. And they just look like me and any other Fulani guy. You cannot distinguish us. If the border is open, they can come in. Nobody will suspect where they are from except immigration. Only if they open their mouth sometimes and they speak, you will understand, oh, this guy is from that place. But if they, and they know a lot of places that are open, they cannot find any immigration officer or a custom officer that will ask them any kind of question. They already live in the bushes. They know their way around. So the border is the problem. If you say it's the problem of northern elites, you are actually misplacing the problem, passing it over to some other people. Northern elite or the Fulanis, I gave you the statistics last time. I said Fulanis are less than 7% in Nigeria. Almost 5% of them lives in bush. There are almost of those 5%, almost 4% of them settle in villages and they have their farms and their cows. They don't go about roaming. 2% of them perhaps may be roaming, and the other people that are roaming the bushes and killing people are coming from other side as desertification is coming. Then only 2% left that are settled in the cities and went to school, and you call them elite. Yes. So if you're blaming them, how is it that only 2% of one tribe managed to fool over 200 million people in Nigeria and then become president or hold influential political position? Did they use some magic, or did they put some a gun during election to people's head that you should vote for Fulani or you'll be killed? Oh, if the administration comes in, like what do you call him, Tinubu now, is there a gun on his head that okay, you must give this northerner, a Fulani guy, a high and influential political position? Is there something like that? Are people not just thinking it that seeing it from that angle? Like, okay, you guys, if this is what is happening, it means those people cannot do it alone. They have to connive with some people from us. So who are those people that are they conniving with? Can you fish them out from your end? Because obviously the Fulani that are very tiny cannot do it by themselves alone. They have to do it in association with other people from other states, not the north. How did they manage to do that without your people? And if your people are involved and your politicians, they know the subvention come and everything, they mishandle the money, manage the money, and they didn't use it for a good cause. They don't want accountability. They don't want attention to be on them. They will redirect your anger. They will say, "See, these are your problem. These people are your problem, not us." But what about the money you are given to build a stadium? Where is the stadium? Where is the money that you are given to build a hospital? Where is the money that you are given to do this? They don't want that. They don't want this type of question to be asked. Okay, the Fulanis are your problem. If you deal with the Fulanis, that's all. You solved your problem. And the Fulanis are just 2%. How is that possible anywhere in the world? If you are reasoning very well, it means there must be somebody, there must be some other people that are in bed with those minor Fulanis that are getting more and more influential. And then how do you know those people? Are they coming in public and saying we are Fulani allies and we agree with this? Probably may publicly come and say Fulanis are condemning, are eating our crops, Fulanis are killing our ways of life. You are not the only victim. The majority of the victims are the northerners, not the southerners, and they are the Muslims and they are the Fulanis. I say that. So how will I be happy if my people are the ones that are dying the most? You are the victim of my people, yes, and yet again, my people are still killing me, even myself. Then you are trying to add more pressure on me by saying, go and fish out those people and bring them. I'm afraid of them, just as you are. I'm anxious. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see their faces. I'm afraid of those people. I don't like them. I don't want them to destroy my land. It's just like you. Okay, yeah, and then I talk about this, what do you call it? Nomadic education. The money has been coming out. Wow, who is holding the money? Why are we not holding the government to account? Why is that money going into? This money is meant for education, educating those illiterate, those people that are moving, the fishermen and the Fulanis. Where is the money going? If you want, okay, we know the technology on how to move to away from open grazing into ranching, and this is how you do it. That's how the education that is meant for them. If they know how to do it and they know it gives more money than working in the bush and suffering from animals, bite, rain, and sun, and taking other people's land, they will do it, but nobody give a damn. And somebody was saying, if the Northerners want the borders to be secured, it will be secured. We had non-Northerners as president. Jonathan was the president for 6 years. Did he do something about the border? Close it or build a wall, as Donald Trump would say? What did he do? It's not only the Fulanis that have ruled Nigeria, other tribes too have ruled Nigeria. So, what have they done about it?
All right. Let's
Rudolph, can I get it?
Mama, can
1 minute pushback.
you
1 minute,
respond
please.
on the excuse about the desertification? Nobody is giving excuses. We all acknowledge that this is a problem, and these are the people that are doing it. But to say that because I'm a Fulani, I have to go and educate my people, leave my own side of schedules and hectic schedule living in the city, and then dedicate some time to go to village and leave my job and then go to the village and teach when I don't have a single cow. And you want me to go and do that?
But
all
so
right.
who's going
Those
to do it?
cows
Who's going
that
to do
are
it if
not
you
Fulani,
cannot do it?
Wait.
why are they not going there to teach, to tell them
No,
if they buy
hold on.
those cows?
Hold on for a
Why are
second.
not they telling
Oh, wait.
the brother,
All right.
Wait.
listen, I'm giving you my cows to herd, but with instruction, do not do this, do not do that, do not do this. Okay, I don't know how to do this, but I know cow business is bringing in much money. I bought a land in Enugu or in Edo. The land is very fertile and very good. I'm going to put my cows there and then put you in charge of that. They don't do that. And they are millionaires. They own the money. They own the cows. The herders, they are just herding. I told you.
All right.
I make
But
230. You
do
can
you
pay them
realize?
5,000, 3,000 to hold
Uh,
them. Please
Do,
Flagship,
give
hold
my
on.
a chance, please.
Yes, I want to say here, when it comes down to it, as I said, we keep talking about herding, and we also are talking about Western countries. I mean, it's so funny to hear Nigeria talk about ranching and all of these things and compare them to Western countries when Western countries were built on the backs of other people and laws were put in place way before the countries were even fully what they are today. People were also forced into sharecropping, making certain laws. The reason the way they are farming the way they are was because of the way sharecropping was, the way that they were having to repay the government, the reason why taxes were brought, the reason why they had to farm the way they did was because of how the government placed everything before. And we're talking about tribal problems here, which goes over indigenous land, which cannot relate to Western countries. Western countries that have taken out their indigenous population to 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 fund everybody else. Everybody else has the benefit. It's so weird to hear that, and that's not what Nigeria is, and you can't make it that.
All right.
People have their own lands, people have their own cultures. When it comes down to it, just because somebody is farming here or there, it doesn't mean that they're Fulani. We keep talking about pastoralism, and we need to be talking about securing Nigeria. I keep hearing pastoralism, pastoralism. You go to the north and you see Yoruba people as herders. You go to Jigawa and you see Hausa people herding cows. What do you mean? So I don't understand why it's this rhetoric of Fulani, 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 and we're not getting down to the T. Okay, you want to make this stuff? Now, what Nigerian is gonna pay for every head of cow that they have to have papers like you have to do in the United States?
All right. So, Pansat, we've been on for almost 2.5 hours. Do you want us to take a break? We'll come back to you, or you just have to go.
Let me go in part, you take a break, then you come back and we'll finish it off.
No, no,
Because
no.
I'm eager to chime in only because there's been a lot of distraction. I think Mr. Jido right there was hinting at it, but for a wrong reason. What he's talking, we're not talking about pastoralism like he's saying. That's a distraction. And those here from the Fulani or Hausa tribe are getting away with the discussion we're supposed to be having. Now, somebody like Pullo, for real, I'm very happy to have him here, to see him here. He's sincere person. He doesn't shy away from any discussion. He's quite open. The last time he was here, he made a statement. I guess was not, in passing some kind of I don't know. I won't say a joke, but he says that the Fulanis are closer to the Igbos. I'm quoting him there than to the Hausas. All right. Now, somebody like him is my kind of person. He's honest and he's sincere, and he's fighting with his history and the anthropology of his people. And he said it quite openly here that he doesn't like them, those who are doing the evil things. But he makes a mistake of stopping short. Right? If anytime I see him, I'm gonna give him a certificate that welcome him on our side. Nigerians, he's a true Nigerian. I'm gonna exonerate him from what the bad characters are doing. But having said that, let me say that this discussion is not about cattle herding, pastoralism, and all that stuff. Yes, we have that problem. We have the desertification problem, right? If we have time, we're going to talk about that. But what we have to look at is actually the evil that these Fulani evil herdsmen, terrorists, they go to Benue and they kill a lot of villagers. I mean, if those people are listening to this show, they'll be in bewilderment why this is what we're talking about. Now, a bunch of Catholic pastors came and they testified in the Congress here the other day on July 16, actually 2023, how armed Fulani horsemen come there and attack predominantly Christian villages, right? In states where it's like 97% Christian. So trying to bifurcate it and talk about Fulani horsemen and Islam, which Pullo made the mistake the last time he was here trying to. I'm not gonna give you that. It's tied together, right? We know the history of the jihad that they did in Yoruba lands, Ilorin, and how they come in with whatever guys, foolish guys like cattle, and they take over places and take it over for good. Right now, in modern day, contemporarily, they go in and they're killing people scores a day. How could anybody come here and they're going to be using distractions about, pastoral stuff? Okay, that we have that problem. We should deal with that. We have laws. We have a constitution. You cannot take stuff and be roaming around everywhere and you're talking nonsense about some kind of conquest you did some time ago. If it's conquest that's going to solve it, then we're going to have to conquer you. We can round up all these herdsmen, conquer them, because we don't look at the anthropology and the history of how you got there in the first place. If somebody like me, if we want to look at that, want to go and round you up, all of you. Nigeria is a big place with all kinds of tribes. There's all kinds of religion. Nobody is supposed to be condescending on any of our people here, obviously, especially Pullo. Pullo is one of our people, right? Now, somebody like me who's from the southeast, when I talk about it, when I think about a Fulani, right, they're usually indistinguishable from a white folk. White people, those are Fulanis. So when I see a bunch of our people, blacks, Africans like Pullo here, like Aliyu, like unfortunately Rufai, these are not Fulanis as far as I'm concerned. But I know in your place there are other things you look at to make somebody Fulani. We're all Africans. So now we don't have time. But what I'm trying to say to you is it's bizarre to be on the same platform. Like you have Pullo here, Fulani, Jido Nagara Kancha, Aliyu, and others together with Femi, me. You don't see it a lot. Ever since I've been calling on the platform, this is the first time I actually see a Fulani person come and say, hey, look, I'm a Fulani guy, and I want to talk. So we have to encourage that. But at the same time, make no mistake about it, Pullo, there's a lot more than grazing here. There are a lot of killing, scores a day of our fellow citizens. In Benue Plateau, for example, in the Yoruba forest, in the southeast, where these people are occupied. I don't give a damn if they are forest Fulanis and then you're a city Fulani. What we say, when you say you're one of us, you should condemn that activity that is, first of all, against the law, what they're doing. That makes you
Please,
part
one
of.
minute.
Yeah, 1 minute, please. I'm not done now, Rudolph. I'm
Yeah,
not. Give me a minute. Yeah.
I
I'm just
wanted
saying,
to,
it seems
Pasad,
like
Pasad. Wait, hold on,
you
hold
didn't
on,
hear me.
Pasad. Can we take a break? When we come back,
Just
you.
1 minute and we'll go for break, please.
Okay,
1 minute.
okay. Go ahead,
So
go
that
ahead.
you know, go. Okay, yeah, it seems like you didn't hear me well when I was saying, oh, I have to be repeating myself frequently. I kept saying, I condemn it, I condemn it, I condemn it, I don't like it. I'm more scared of those people than you are. And my people die from those people than you people.
No,
So
that's not
it
true. The
is,
last part is not true. Hold on.
What
Look,
the heck? How
hold
many
on,
people
hold
are
on,
dying
please.
in Zamfara,
Hold
Sokoto,
on,
Katsina
hold on. No,
due
no,
to
no,
those
no.
people?
Just hold on, hold on.
Please,
Look,
by
you
God,
said,
boy,
just
go
we're
and
gonna
do
come
your
back, but
research.
hold on.
When
We'll
we
come back.
come back from break, and
Yeah,
you give me the
I will.
data,
I will.
the
But hold on,
story,
hold on.
the
I will.
people that die from in
Yeah,
the hands of herdsmen.
yeah.
You
Okay,
know, I was
that's
telling you that
just hold on,
herdsmen,
hold
you
on.
go
Pullo,
to
Pullo.
Kaduna, you see a Yoruba man
Rudolph,
with cows.
Rudolph.
You go to Tiga, you see a
As
Hausa man.
friendly
But
as he
all
is, go
in
ahead
your
and mute him,
mind is
please, so I can let
Fulani,
you go to break.
Fulani, Fulani,
Hold on,
Fulani,
Pullo,
Fulani.
Pullo, hold on.
Just because
We're
somebody is
giving
married,
you,
doesn't mean he's a Fulani.
we're giving you a lot of privilege here because you really, you are really welcome here, right? Like I said, you did say at some point that why should you be made to apologize, right? That you also hate those people. So you said that, and you said the other thing you said, right? And I give you all that credit, Rudolph. You could take a break now, but please, there's a couple of things that I really want to say that are important to having said. It's an opportunity to talk about it, but we must remember all these people who are getting massacred out there, our fellow country men and women, kids, those in the IDP camps, and then we have to focus it on that. The other little thing about breaking the law, driving your cattle, obviously that's why should I even get into that business of telling you? If you want to drive your cattle, the entire West African thing, then buy it and drive your cattle if it's better. You cannot be oblivious to our constitution and property rights and
All
things
right.
like that. You have to live in a society.
All right. Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Halakan, Hala.
Let me say thank you. I know that Femi's been waiting.
The constitution that
Jagun,
your president is very happy to pick.
Shagun, Jagun, Femi, and Nigeria is a scam, and other people. Let's take a break. We will get everybody. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been an interesting conversation today. We've been talking about situation in the north. We started with the issue between the Fulani and the Hausa. We went into the general insecurity in the country, touching on what's going on in the southern and middle, well, it's part of Nigeria. So before we went on break, we had Pansat trying to lay out his question. Pansat, our guest, I think. Some of them are here, but the cameras are not on. I will bring in Pansat. Can you hold on because I know you want to address Pullo and Ahmad and Aliyu. Let me bring in Perry. Perry, if you're here, Perry is another of our guests. I brought in Perry because he has history with the region. I wanted him to be an in-house analyst and tell us what he's hearing, whether it's different from his opinion that he has expressed on this panel several times. So let's hear Perry, and then hopefully the other guests will come back, and then Concert, you can finish up your question.
All
All right,
right. Thank you
Perry.
very much. I waited patiently through most of it. I only left for about 5 minutes. Okay. Everybody hears me. So I wrote down what I wanted to say, so I'll be able
Okay.
to so I wouldn't forget. So the first thing I need to say is I must say that this has been, in my view, the most, maybe one of the best that I've witnessed in Nigeria on this topic. We've got some of the best contributors from the northern side that are very different than the typical ones that we hear. So I must say this is a very, very lovely program. So that said, um, so I wrote down the four comments I wanted to make really quickly. The first one, the first one is, most people have said everything that's very essential about the problem here, and there's just no reason why nowadays cows should be crossing highways. It's a traffic safety hazard. So definitely adjustment has to be made to the way herding is done. We can't have this pastoral herding anymore. That's my view, and there has to be some kind of adjustment to it. Otherwise, this would always continue. So we can't have them crossing the highways anymore. They have to create grazing lands for them. That said, the farmers are the other victims of this. So in the same way where we always look at them and we say, okay, this is what happens to the cattle rearers, you know, the conversation about the farmers is kind of missed in most of the conversation. And you just think about all the farms that get destroyed. This cannot continue. The third point that I want to make is security. Regardless of what cattle rearers do or what farmers do, the solution is meant to be security of Nigeria. It should never be barbarism, what I call genocidal killing, which is the fourth point. Genocidal killing is where somebody from one ethnic group kills your person, and then you go and kill a random person from that ethnic group. And in most cases, both killers are not killed. And that's genocidal killing where you think, okay, because it is Fulani, then I'm going to go and look for Fulani to kill, or any Fulani is not safe. Or because I was killed in a Yoruba state, then any Yoruba is not safe. It's barbaric mentality. And we should not hear anybody discussing that way on either side. Nobody should ever say, oh, you people, you think. There's no you people. There are some perpetrators of crimes and they are criminals. And we should never be saying, you people, you think you have. There's no you people. There's no democracy. There's no politics in the election of the leaders who lead on behalf of the people of the North. Or there's no representative government in Nigeria, and that's the truth. So it's not a you people. The only you people that I always say that if you want to deal with that, you should deal with who are responsible for this is the government. That's the only you people who are here that you can say, okay, because these Fulanis continue to do this to my farm, the only people that you should go and attack is the government, but not a random northerner in your area, a random southerner. No, So that's the brief. The brief. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Perry, for that summary. Pansat, before I think I will say hold on, okay, Pansat, if you can, so that I think Aliu is trying to come back and hopefully Pullo will come back in. But let me give it the opportunity to the people I mentioned. I see Jagun. Jagun, welcome to the show. It's been a while. I saw you. Let's see. Jagun, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Is my yes? I'm on.
Yes. Yeah, we can
Um,
hear you. How have you been?
I can't- thank you. I've been pretty well. I hope you've been well as well, and all the panelists and those in the comment section. Um, I come here today. I've been watching. Don't worry. From time to time, I view the show and see what people are saying. In this particular occasion, I wanted to come on because I'm extremely emotional about the scenario that takes place right now in Nigeria. Extremely. I'm completely unhappy with those who have been brave enough to come on the platform and call themselves Fulani, Fulbe, Pullo, whatever they wish to call themselves. We know exactly who you are. I tremble as to how the Fulani as a group have taken such a stronghold in the Nigerian constitution, in the Nigerian space. The strongest country in West Africa is actually the weakest at the moment, largely because of the Fulani interjection, as far as I'm concerned. We all have our problems. I, as a Yoruba person, I do not support the Yoruba president because I believe us in the South have a completely different way of reckoning. We reckon largely, at least as the people, if not politically, we largely reckon in meritocracy. We largely reckon in the rule of law. What I find is that the whole of Nigeria is far too polite. At times when they need to be gun ho, we are far too polite. We are a rough nation, don't get me wrong, but we are also quite gentle as a people. I am bemused at what a lot of the Fulani guests have said today. To me, they don't seem very apologetic. They are to say, not my problem. There's somebody who is saying that we in the North suffer more than you in the South. Is that reasonable thinking? That's not reasonable. A death is a death. A life is serious, and we are taking it as, oh, we have suffered more than you. Nonsense, rubbish, should be thrown out. As far as I'm concerned, I personally, politically, would like to pull down Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. I'd like to pull him down because I don't believe he's doing a conscious job of what a president needs to be doing in a country like Nigeria. I cannot see why the Fulani are not able to see the wreckage that their people are doing within the country. I can't fathom why you can see the damage that's going on in Nigeria that comes from so-called herdsmen, terrorists, killers, murderers, unlawful people, and you cannot verbalize that that's what's going on. For me, I'm terribly sorry, but my emotions tell me not a life for a life, but my emotions tell me that there is injustice as far as the way Fulanis have been marauding over our country. We in the Nigerian West African arena, we stand a clear opportunity. Most of us don't see it, but we stand a clear opportunity of leapfrogging economically, politically, and financially over a lot of the stronger countries in the world, the leading countries in the world. We stand that chance. Nigerian politics as a whole. And the Fulani particularly are helping to drag us back into some archaic historical nonsense. Nonsense. I'm completely upset. Our country can go left or right, down or up, and it's up to us. If any Fulani here, if all those people who have commented, unapologetically, as far as I'm concerned, I'm listening to them, and you have no apology for the poor behavior of your people. Now, we're not stupid out here. We understand that there is a Fulani elite. We understand that there are those who are afraid of the Fulani. We understand that they're between the Fulani elite and those Fulani who are being used auspiciously to create influx, damage within our nation. And we want to do like it's normal. It's far from normal. It's far from something that is acceptable. I'll tell you this about myself. I have Fulani people in my family. During my grandfather and my mother's generation, on my mother's side of the family. And we as a family, we are more under the Yoruba auspices. And we all behave like Yoruba people. We all speak Yoruba. There's about two of us that speak Fulani or Hausa in that way. Now, I also have Igbos in my family. Two sisters of my mother have married an Igbo and have married and they were beautiful people. The two of them were beautiful people. Beautiful. They're my uncles. They are my cousins. In this, as I said, this is from time before mine. We have been able to foster a relationship of love. In that country called Nigeria, I don't see the level. I do not see the love. I see us breaking down further and further into stupor. The country would almost certainly blow up in a civil war yet again because of the same thing of marginalization and of those who are seen as special, those who would commit a crime and not be subject to the rule of law. What is this? How is it that we come to behave like this and then feel as though this is the standard for us in Nigeria? I'm totally unhappy with it. Though, as I say again, we in the South, no matter our disagreements, there's a way that we perform verbally that suggests that although we have wranglings, deep wranglings, we still suggest an arena where we can form a semblance of the land lies straight. But unfortunately, we know we're Nigerians, and we know that the impunity of most of our leaders, and therefore some of our people, enters into the space where we feel that we are better than others. Now, you see, this kind of non-humility that many of us aspire to is the killing of the country. Because of the fact that we have one or two brave Fulani people on air right now today, and the importance of this subject, that will suggest that we have no apology to make. We are not the ones who will make the land even in terms of how politics and socialism is concerned. I'm sorry, my words don't fit my emotion because my emotion is high. In my own village, Ifonlaile, in my own village, they killed our king. They killed our king. I will say again, it's not an ordinary person they killed, though. They killed the king. I personally feel almost like Nigeria is the Wild West. And I want to be a part of that gunslinging Wild West, where we'll just be killing ourselves anyhow. As has been said, we have a minority to the tune of 7% who are running that country into hell, running the country backward. And nobody wants to admit it. We have been begging from the time of our World War for education to be I beg your pardon, the freedom of the nation. Those in the North have largely objected to that. We don't want European education. We want to rest ourselves in the Quran. I'm afraid this is the stupidity that those in the North are helping to oppress the whole nation. We are not speaking hard enough. We're speaking as though we are not competent to what's going on around us. We have a country that is going backwards fast. I've always compared the leadership of what's going on in the Sahel as to the AES countries that have come together. Ibrahim Traore, firstly, who seems as a Muslim himself. He rejected what Saudi Arabia were offering him because it didn't make sense. It didn't make economic sense. And the man is about economic freedom and justice within his land. He took out the European hegemony that was oppressing their nations. Yes, by military lands, it is fair enough. However, I'm sorry, our leadership and our politics and the way we think and the way we socialize in that country called Nigeria, that should be the number one black nation in the world, is appalling. And we're going nowhere fast. The people who are so-called Hausa, I have a question for them, but I needed a rant first. I do have a question. And my question is that I would like for the Yorubazo to pull down our Yoruba president because he's rubbish. He's rubbish at the job. He's not even viewing what's going on at the moment. He's rubbish. We don't want to admit these things. And I can't understand why. We all see what it is. We see. Why are we pretending that we don't see it? It's the responsibility of those people who call themselves Fulani to pull this shit back before it goes up in smoke. And the smoke that would happen in that Nigeria will be hellbound. So if the Fulani want to be an apology, it's not my fault. I am a city guy. I don't. You want me to go to the village? You rubbish person. I'm afraid. Yeah, we don't want you to go to the village. We want you to stand up for justice. Why are your people going free from the murderous institutions that they have created? Why are they going free? If he was an able person, do you think that man can go free? He can't. If he's a Yoruba, the Yorubas themselves would pull him out normally, apart from the fact that there are many ethnically minded Yorubas. There are many of them. We know. We cannot, in Nigeria or as Nigerians, afford not to speak out at these kind of times. We need to stand up as to who we are and plead, if we're to live together in that country, we need to plead for justice. It is not a question, I believe, as to insecurity alone, because the politicians themselves are
Oh my God,
those who are.
how long are we going to hear this? We're tired.
Man,
I've been trying to
who's
be
that?
patient.
Who's
I'm a
that?
Fulani man and I'm
Dr.
tired.
Dr. Perry,
And you have
let
to
him
hear me now.
let him
You have
finish,
to
sir.
hear me. Thank you, sir. You have to hear me, my friend. This is how I feel. No matter how you feel, I'm asking you to take what I'm saying on board. If it's boring you, it just speaks as to you do not understand the deep level of immunity that you have. You are speaking from a point of view. I don't care if you die. If you die, we have died more. Rubbish and rubbish upon more rubbish. Stink is what I put to you. I need to ask whoever a real question as to what is going to solve this before the country, before we just have another civil war. Another civil war in Nigeria finishes Nigeria, finishes it. I'm of the opinion that Nigeria should stay one. But man, I'm coming to the point that Nigeria should just break up. Just break up. Because if Nigeria broke up, the South would have no Fulani people in there. You can go and correct your own mess elsewhere. Nonsense upon rubbish. You don't know what you're doing in the country. You have no responsibility. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Jagun. So the only person I think I
Can
will
I
get
respond as a Fulani
let,
man? He
let
has
me
spoken
yeah.
let me
to us
just
all
what
day.
I would do, Rudolph. What I'll do to in fairness to you and your guests who haven't spoken, let me just make a couple of points to conclude, and then you take it with all these guys so they could get a word in. Right? Dr. Bremer is here. You guys, you've heard me say before that I consider Dr. Bremer to be one of our enlightened people who are educated. Right? Now, what I noticed that he made some corrections, but he never corrected the stats that I quoted to our new friend, Mr. Pullo. Let me just give you a little bit. If I posted on the private section how many Christians have been killed between 2015 and then 2020, right? That's a lot. Not Fulanese. They I don't.
What's the figure, Pansat?
It's I just posted it, so could you just show it for a second because I don't, it's very short on top. It will show you the number of Christians killed by herdsmen. That's like 7,000 between 2015 and 2020. That's just by the herdsmen. Then you have the ones that are killed by Boko Haram. Then you have the ones that are killed by the other Nigerian army, which is another form of Islamic terrorists. You know what I'm saying? So now, what I want to say is this: anybody who's killed, whether they're Fulani, it's our people, right? We don't get down to that nitty gritty, but anybody who's killed by terrorists, they're killing our people. They're killing human beings. So if you see the jihadist Fulani herdsmen, that are the years between 2015 and 2020, we're not talking about like 21, 22, 23, where they've actually gone mad in Benue and others. So that's 7,400 for jihadist Fulani herdsmen. For Boko Haram, it was 4,000. For bandits on the highway, it's 150. Obviously, that's increased by now. The Nigerian military and police, 1,050, killing Christians. So when you hear Fulanis come here and say, or Muslims, now this thing is not a Fulani horseman. I don't really go into the Fulani horseman thing. It's an ideological thing where there's a clash of civilization, right? Dr. Bremer can comment after what I'm about to say. It's a clash of civilization where you have the Islamic tradition and then the Western tradition. We have an intersection in Nigeria. So over the years, now you've heard about the euphemism that they're gonna dip their Quran in the Atlantic. That's a euphemism for you're gonna kill Christians and take
Mhm.
over that place. That's what it is. So now I want to say, even to Dr. Bremer especially, because those are the people that bother me the most. Dr. Bremer is a very educated guy. He's been around. He knows the way the world works. So he shouldn't be here preaching to the choir. He should be talking to his people, right? People in the north, Muslims. Those of our people, Southerners, who come on a platform like this when we're discussing an issue, they try to trivialize it. Are you doing them a favor by making this a pastoral issue? It's not a pastoral issue, right? It's an issue. I conclude by saying this. I want to get along with everybody. I want to come in here, like Dr. Bremer said, it be a fascinating conversation. We proffer some solutions. Obviously, I'm rushed. I'm being rushed, so I don't come to give my beautiful solutions. I have them. I use them another day, but at least let's identify the problem properly. You can't misdiagnose a problem, and then how are you going to solve it? I'm saying that it's an Islamic problem, and they have to understand they're going to be decimated. It's come together now where every part of Nigeria understands that it's unsustainable. That divide and conquer nonsense is gone. So right now, we should try to tell them the truth so that they could respect their fellow citizens, obey the Constitution, let people have their liberty, freedom, right? And then we can then manage the other stuff. When it comes to desertification, there are all kinds of things to ameliorate that, right? When it comes to land management and stuff like that, a lot of people have gone through that. They're not alone, and I have a sincere understanding of that situation, the climate change, the impact on it, right? And the Sahel.
All right. Thank
So
you.
we have to do sustainable land management practices, reforestation, community-based initiatives to promote resilience. There are all kinds of solutions for it. What you don't have the right to do, right, is to go taking lives in these farms. It's not a clash. When you go there and you kill somebody, they're not clashing with you. You're a terrorist,
All
right?
right.
It's not a clash. And some of us here will have to be able to ignore the distractions and the euphemisms that's been employed all over the place. There's no clash.
All right. Thank you.
They
Thank
know
you.
it's 97% Christians. So you have 3% going there massacring people by scores a day and putting them in IDP camps. Please. Thank you very much. Dr. Brim, I want you to add a little to what I said. Don't try to give him a soft landing. Use your vast knowledge. We're all one here. Right? Talk in the sense that it's going to solve this problem. Right?
Thank you. Thank you, Pansa. Go ahead, Brema then Femi.
Okay. I thought it was Idris Alba that was coming next.
All right.
You know,
For the
Femi,
record, he doesn't want to go after me because he wants to pass it to somebody else because what I said
that
is untouchable. He knows that he cannot touch any of this. You can't touch this, according to.
I have to say I'm very fascinated because when I look at Femi, all I see is Idris Alba. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah.
All right.
Anyway, all right. It was painful listening to Jago, and I think people like Jago especially, you know, are the problem with Nigeria. These are prehistoric, barbaric type of mentality people. They've not advanced into the modern age.
Thank
So when
you.
you have a clash of barbarism here and barbarism here, the difference between what makes the Jagun type of barbarism worse than these a lot of these Fulani, they are not even Muslims. So Mr. Man, what you are saying is totally off again. It's not, they are not even Muslims.
That's only in your mind.
They are divinators and they follow these. I've never seen a herdsman. I've never seen them praying. To be honest. A lot of them are not even Muslims, but that's not even the point.
You're
You have
taking it too lightly, mate. You're too
when you
polite.
when you have people coming, the difference, what makes them Jagun worse than the Fulani divination people and whatever they are, is at least we know they are not literate. But when you have literates speaking like barbarians, then this is the real problem Nigeria has. I cannot imagine anybody coming on set and saying the Igbos, the Igbos. I think we've passed that stage. That stage was years ago. Like, do you know who the Igbos are? Do you even know who the Fulanis are? And people are coming in this day and age and say, the Fulanis, do you know them? So because a crime is prevalent among a group of people, you now come out and you say, the Fulanis. Someone could say the traditionalists and counts, and you are counting deaths, right? You are counting deaths. I'll count deaths. Yoruba traditional people that are they are bringing girls from America and stealing their soul and slaughtering them in Nigeria. And we
Wow.
count Yoruba crime and criminality, traditional crime, and all this thing. I've forgotten what they call this thing that they are doing in Nigeria that they are doing, carrying bags of heads and heads and heads all over. Or I'll count Igbo crime and armed robbery. They are criminals everywhere. There's crime everywhere. And there's lack of law and order. But nobody's going to say, these Yorubas, they are killing people for money. They are doing traditional ritual. Oh, these Igbos, they are doing. I mean, what age are we? This is 2025 and we are still talking the full, like from your mouth you are saying the Fulanis. Do you know who they are? How many of them are in government and how many of them are in cattle rearing? I'm a Fulani. I'm not in government and I don't have a single cattle. And you have your mouth to be saying the Fulanis. And then you are talking about we will carry gun. And you will carry gun and shoot who?
Wow.
A random person that you believe is Fulani that may not be Fulani on the streets. Where is the line of the battle that you want to fight? Where is the line? Can you see the line of the battle you want to fight? You want to provoke people in this conversation so that they go and they start carrying gun and killing random people on the street that have nothing to do with anything.
Yep.
So this problem of Nigeria, when people still talk and think in this manner, instead of identifying a failure of a nation and dealing with a lack of governance and a failure of a nation that is allowed. The only difference between the Fulani crime and the criminality of the Igbo and the criminality of the Yoruba and the criminality of Niger Delta, the only difference is that it so happens that the Fulani, the crimes perpetrated by some people who are called Fulani, traverses state borders. That's the only reason why it's noticeable and why people pick on it, because they traverse. Your criminality is all the same in that goddamn failed country. You're all the same criminals. Criminality traverses the whole land from top to bottom, from government to the last. Everybody are killers, people are murderers, people are all struggling to survive and killing people and taking farms and taking lives to survive. Everybody across the nation and abroad when we travel abroad. So what are you telling me? You carry your mouth and you're saying the Fulanis. There needs to be total structural adjustment. And when I came on set, the first things I said is the Fulanis, they have to stop that crossing highways because it's a road traffic, it's a hazard. They have to stop that. That needs to be stopped. Let's address the topics, the things that need to be stopped. They are not the only ones who rear cattle. They are not the only ones who are pastoralists. But let's focus on the fundamental things that need to be stopped. There need to be police that address it. There needs to be security. There needs to be some kind of justice that happens when a crime is perpetrated. There needs to please. I'm tired of hearing this kind of barbaric talk. I did not expect it on your show, Dr. Damages. We don't need to hear barbaric talk. They'll kill, we kill. What are you? Who are you? Can you kill? Have you killed before? Let people who can. Let's talk about creating life, not taking life. You are a life taker. Who are you?
Thank you, Perry. I will come back to you, Jagumba, not immediately. Let me give people who have been waiting for the whole day, 3 hours, and they've not had a chance to speak. Femi, thank you so much for being patient and welcome to the show.
First, let me tell you, me and you we're gonna have a problem very soon. Anyway, so were it not to be for the fact that we're in the 22nd century, the likes of Dr. Rudolph will probably be rearing cows in Williamsburg and Bushwick, Bed-Stuy, because if you look at the history of even Brooklyn and New York, you'd realize at some point there was actually cattle rearing and goat rearing going on there, the Barbers and co. In any case, I think it was in the late 80s when Professor Jubi Aminu, what KJ was referring to as the Minister of Education, had actually been part of the reason why the National Commission for Nomadic Education was set up. Whatever happened from then up until now, I wonder what your opinion is, and I know you probably may have talked about this before, Dr. Brimo. Why is it that despite the positives that one expected to have been born out of the setting up of that commission, all the way down to when we had the Almajiri schools that President Jonathan put into place, why is it that there seemed to be so much pushback? Yes, I understand. Having grown up, I was born in Kaduna, by the way, and I grew up there for a good length of time. So I'm not averse, or it's not like I'm not aware of how the North works, to at least to an extent. I went to school with a few Fulanis as well. Anyway, why is it that it seems to me, it comes across to me and a lot of us that maybe just to be kind, the so-called elites, and I know you have them across tribal lines. The elites amongst the Fulanis seem to be the ones that seem to push against anything that seems to be too much of, in their opinion, Western education. When, in my opinion, some of the smartest people, I'm telling you, I went to school with them, you're one of them. Some of the smartest people I've come across actually are Fulanis, people that can recite, some of whom, if they're Muslims, like, I mean, all of them are Muslims, and I'm aware of that too. So they can recite the entire Quran. And you can even align that with the fact that the likes of the United Arab Emirates, I don't know if it's correct for me to say that you can't be more Muslim than um, the typical Arab. I mean, again, I say this with no what's it called, and you already you have the UAE, for example, thinking sending Mars rovers to Mars, thinking about they're already setting up AI orbs in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. But we tend to it just comes across as if there's just that stagnancy, which is continues to be encouraged by the elites amongst the Fulanis. Is there something intentional there that keeps the Fulanis as a group, or even not a general northern group. I'll say I don't want to generalize, but we're speaking specifically of the Fulani. Is there something that's in it for them that makes them perpetuate this lack of modernity, for lack of another phrase?
Just to make it, thank you for a good question. To make the shortest response I can make is, and the reason why I was saying certain things to people here is the truth is, a lot. Let's say 60 people like maybe Nasir Rufai. 60%. I'm not 100% sure about him, but maybe 60% of the people that he point to as northern elite are not even are not Fulani. Everybody claims to be Fulani. So maybe we don't even know who the Fulani is. We have a northern problem, and I can focus. I can say yes, there is a northern problem. The north is the most is the poorest area, most less Western literate. There are problems there, absolutely. But I cannot say elites. Some of the most brilliant elites, like maybe what's his name? What's this CBN governor's name again? Sanusi Lamido. That's not an elite. He promotes education and stuff like that. So there's a variety of stuff going on there. Of course, there's this whole, you subjugate to rule thing that happens where people who make money, they want to subjugate people under them. So there's problem in the north of Nigeria that needs to be tackled. The only reason why I'm not sure, to be honest. Now, forgive me for saying this, Mr. Femi. I'm not sure that you honestly, forgive me again for saying this, care about Almajiri's situation there. I'm not sure we really love or care about how poor or rich they are in the north. The time and reason why we complain now is because it crosses the border to us. And I believe that needs to be stopped. That needs to be solved. That needs to be addressed. But I don't think today's conversation, is about how do we elevate the North. That's their problem. I mean, I'm part of the North. It's their problem. It just shouldn't cross the border, and it needs to be fixed where that crossing, that pastoral system is cut off. Then, if a region decides that it's Quran that we're interested in, there's no problem with that. It doesn't. They are happy poor. It's not being wealthy doesn't make you better as a human being, if you know what I mean. Getting Western education and Western technology doesn't make it better. If that's the way they want to be, let them be that way. We only have a problem right now because of that crossing state lines. And that these organizations need to address and create and rent lands for grazing and stop cows crossing state lines. I think we can't go into this whole bigger topic of why the North chooses to be the way it chooses to be.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Niger is a scam. He's been here from the beginning, I think. Niger is a scam. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you. I would have loved to talk to that Fulani man Pullo. And with all due respect, Mr. Dr. Perry, you are not making sense to me. For real. Uh, 2 years ago, hold on. 2 years ago, I live here in the United States. I was at work. They called me on the phone that Fulani people have kidnapped my brother.
Wow.
My mother, who was 80 years old, was crying profusely. And somebody will come here to talk rubbish. Listen, Fulani people are doing all these things because other citizens cannot carry arms. If it's possible, I will buy AK-47 and will hunt them down. I
Yes.
was working my ass up here. Somebody who didn't do nothing for me from nowhere came to my village, kidnapped my brother. And somebody will say, you don't even know who they are. You don't know where they are coming from. My immediate older brother, he lived in the north. He lived in Gaidam. He speaks Hausa. He speaks Fula fluently. When they contacted him, he spoke the language. The ransom came down. Okay? And somebody will come here to talk rubbish because he has never been affected. Huh? What are you telling me? And the man, the Pula man or whatever, Pullo, he said, when you compare the people who have been killed in Castina and people who have been killed in the south, he's trying to compare it Igbo women, when they want to cook fufu, there is a way they, massage it before they, that's what he's trying to do. He don't want to condemn him. Even you, Dr. Perry, you don't want to condemn this act. You are trying to cover everything up. Listen, the stigma that is coming to Fulani people, you cannot control it. It's already there. It's coming. It's not about whichever way you try to romance the word or whatever. Okay? I'm bitter. I'm pissed for real. I'm pissed. Why would I work for a whole year and I will send the money back home just to save my brother's life because of Fulani who came from nowhere? And you are here trying to rigmarole, speak grammar. Eh? If I see you one-on-one, you speak like this, I will fight you for real. I will. And you are asking Jagun, has he killed somebody before? Can he kill? So it's only Fulani that knows how to kill. Fuck you, man.
Wow. All right. So
Can
I
I
know.
say something, Dr. Damages?
Yeah.
Honestly, 'cause
I'll
right now
bring.
I'm at work. I need to talk.
Okay.
Honestly,
I'll
I'm
bring you.
so sorry.
I'm sorry for those who are on the line. Let me bring her. We have not had a female voice in this conversation today. I'll bring the rest of you. I'll get everybody in if we can make it quick. Daji,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Yes, Dr. Damages.
Thank you for the.
Honestly, enough with this bullshit. Enough. We all sick and tired. We have a country like we don't have no country. This is madness. I'm sick of this shit. Enough. And a lot of us here, we're scared to go back to Nigeria. Is it not crazy? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Enough. We are tired. Enough. I don't know. Is something wrong with our brain or what? What the fuck is going on? Like, we have a house like we don't have no house. Does it make any fucking sense? We are tired. Work, work, work. Are you guys not tired? Enough. Like, we talk about what is it called? Fulani. Give them a land to do their to graze their cow, and all this bullshit will stop. Enough. We are tired. And you guys want us to respect our men like this? Enough with this stuff. We are tired. Enough. Honestly, I wish I can come to Nigeria. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm tired. I was born in Nigeria like I wasn't born in Nigeria. Does it make any sense? We are tired. Omo Yoruba ni mí, mo dẹ̀ gbọ́ Yoruba. Sometimes I want to go home. You get what I mean? I will be scared to go back home. We are tired. Enough. If you guys love money too much, fine, work and leave other people. Let them live with peace. What is good for you might not be good for me. I know it have nothing to do with you, but I'm just telling you my own mind. Enough with this bullshit. We are tired. Honestly, if these people keep coming to America, we're gonna beat the shit out of them. Honestly. Whoever call themselves their leader and destroy our country and want to come to America to have a better life, we're gonna kill them too. We have enough. Enough with this bullshit. We are tired. If you guys love money too much, these other people land and leave them alone in their land. You can come to America, come and enjoy your money, but don't destroy other people's land. Enough. We are tired. Enough with this bullshit. Enough. Thank you, sir. Okay? Because me, I'm tired.
All right. Thank you.
Nothing new. Enough. We are tired. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's important to hear everybody and get them. For today, I'm waiving language and everything else that we normally don't entertain. I know that people are passionate and people are emotional about these things, and it's very important that we hear people out. Pullo is back here with us. Ashana. Hope I'm calling it right. I will get everybody, but we have to also round up because there's another show that should have been started by this time. But we'll get to that. So let me. I'll Pullo, just stand by. I want to hear Ashana. Is it Ashana?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to hear you.
Asada.
Okay, and then we will get the response from Perry and Pullo. Go ahead.
Dr. Damages, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody here. I know emotion is running wild. Dr. Damages, I know you might not recognize me now. We go way
We
back.
can hear you very well. Can you speak up or come closer to you? I think sometimes you guys put this fancy
Or
thing.
just take out, yes, take it off. But
Okay.
doctor, I came before him now.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Sorry
Can you
about
can
that.
you
Before him,
can you,
doctor.
Okay, I
can
will
you
get
hear
you.
me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, go
Pull
ahead.
out
Is it
your
better?
headphones.
Okay. Let me see.
No, take it out. Just don't use the headphones. Take it out. That's what's causing the bad communication.
All right, can we go to maybe we'll go to Benson if he's taking time. Benson, let me see. Okay, he's back. All right, go ahead. All right, we lost
Can you
him.
hear me now?
Yeah, well, we can't see you. Let me.
Okay.
We can't see you.
Okay.
Where did you
Okay.
go
Can
to?
you see me now?
Okay, good.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum to my northern brothers. I am really pleased to be with you guys this afternoon. Dr. Damages, you might not recognize me now, but we go way back with Shawore and the
Okay,
prof. But
okay,
I will call you later so that we can talk.
okay,
But uh, I appreciate everybody's contribution this afternoon. And why I've been raising my hand is that it gives me really great joy that I'm able to see my Fulani brothers today because I was actually born and raised in the north. And growing up, I attended an Islamic school. So I know the Quran in and out, but I am Igbo by birth. I'm giving this preamble because I want us all to be on the same page. The problem with Nigeria can only be solved with one word: truth. Truth is the only thing that can set Nigeria free. The moment we look each other in the eye and we are not confident enough to speak the truth, we will keep going round and around in a circle. So when we talk about the Fulbe people, they are, by my estimation, because I grew up in the north, like I said, in Kano to be precise. And like I said, I went to an all Islamic school combined with a little bit of Western education. So I give kudos first to these guys that are you seeing here now, because they are actually putting their life on the line to actually be on this forum. So I say a very big thank you. I know that you have said your truth to some extent, and I know that you cannot go all out to say everything as it is, because I know the tribe you come from, and it's very, very risky. Growing up as an Igbo in the north was very challenging. The school that I was able to attend, like I said, was an Islamic school. So I was not able to integrate very well because the kids were indoctrinated right from birth. Because you guys, I can tell you honestly, underrate any northerner or an Islamic a Fulbe to your own detriment. They are the most intelligent human beings. As a matter of fact, they are the most intelligent black people on earth. If you take it from me as a person that grew up among them, it will also be to your own good. Because one of the problems we from the South always have is that we look at them and we call them illiterates. Those people, some of those people that you call illiterate that are rearing their cattle, know the know the Quran inside out, from from the beginning to the end. How many Christians raise their kids to know the Bible from Genesis to Revelation? Growing up, I can tell you, it's just now that I'm basically, because I moved to the South at some point, that everything phased out, but not completely. I could write the Arabic from the left, from the right to the left. You understand? So I know them and I know what they stand for. Their organization, their feudal system, their religion. If we can understand it, then we can know better and understand where they're coming from, how they are organized, who they really are. These guys that are here now saying all these things, some of their people might not accept every word, any slight mistake they make on this platform. Their life could be in danger. So I was shocked. That's why I came online today. I've been following your program. But the moment I saw them, and I saw three of them, I said, This is unbelievable." that they could actually muster the courage to come out. So I'm not expecting them to come and apologize on behalf of what some elements in their group is doing. I don't expect it at all from them. It behoves us from the west, the south, and the east to really, really understand who they are. Because if you don't know who somebody is, you are tantamount to berate or to underrate them. And that is what our problem is. Let's take their religion, for instance. They organize such a way that a child is indoctrinated right from the time you were born till the time you die. You have to memorize the Quran. It has to be part of you. So if an imam comes on a Friday, Jum'at prayers, and tells you after Jum'at prayer, we have to kill the infidel, you all go out and do it because they have already indoctrinated you on the benefits you're gonna get. You understand? So if we begin to understand why this problem has persisted and is increasing in dimension rather than even abating, then we will be a better place to actually solve this problem. Let me take it on this level now. He talked about the jihadist conquest of Ottoman and Fodio. Now let's ask ourselves. I'm saying this freely because I'm an Igbo man. And as a matter of fact, when I went back to the east, people were looking. What they were calling me is why I say Ashana means matches, because in the north, what they used to call me is Ibrahim Dangogo Ashana. You understand me? It's like Ibrahim, firebrand, matches. You understand? Because they like how I speak. And they welcome me because I was passionate about learning their culture. I was eating their food. I was interacting with them, playing with them, and I was able to competing with them in school. So I was able to understand them. So I don't take them for granted. And you ask, why is a little minority governing the whole country? He said 7%. It could be even less. But because, you see, they said the ants in the Bible, he said the ants are one of the little creatures. But because of their organization, hierarchical order, they can be able to attain great heights. When they set their mind to achieve something, they achieve it. Uthman Danfodio was a scholar, an Islamic scholar. But we think that Western education is the only form of education. What is the use of education when you cannot organize yourself? You cannot even agree on anything. These people, when they say something, they agree on it. Nobody is going to say no. It's one purpose, one mission. And they've been carrying it out since the time of Ottoman Fodio. Check out the whole North. Let me give you a secret now. Do you know that all the northern nation, all the northern states, in that okay, for instance, let me take a Kano for instance as a case study. In Kano, the emir of Kano, Ado Bayero, was then the emir of Kano when I was growing up, and now his son Ado Bayero II was competing with Sanusi, the former CBN president. Who are they? Fulanis. So every state, and Kano is a predominantly Hausa state. But how is it that even Sokoto, that is also a Hausa predominated state, was also governed by an emir? You understand me? Sultan of Sokoto. So that is the same way it has happened all over the north. So that simple minority, anywhere they go, they become the ruler. They overthrow and take over the throne from every state, including when they came to Kwara. When they came to Kwara, they converted some people. They were just visitors. They converted, and before you gave them chance, they began a conquest. And then they overthrew the rightful leader of that land. I became the leader. I became the emir. Now there is an emir who is a Fulani man as the emir of Ilorin, Kwara. So if we begin to understand this, we know this is an agenda that has been put in place long time ago. And then think about the president who have ruled Nigeria the most. The Fulanis. Mohammed Abacha was a Fulani.
No, he was not. He's from Niger State, and
Oh
this is
no, not Abacha, not Abacha, Mohammed.
and for all of you here, just 1 second. For all of you here, any of you that can prove to me that Fulani led the most or led the least, list them. Go
Okay,
ahead.
no, most
So
because
can we move
Shehu
on? So
Shagari
we also
was
have
4 years.
contribution to make, Dr. Damages.
Let him
Shehu
list.
Shagari was 4 years. The leader was also what is his name? Buhari, who led for more than 8 years. I think it was 10 years. 10 years from plus 4 years. That's like 40 years. How
Give
long
me,
have we been? You
give me,
understand? And then few northerners here and
give me
there.
any
So
other.
let me make a
There's no more.
final conclusion. Final conclusion is this: these
Babangida is from
people that
Nigeria.
are coming in to
Everybody from
kill
different places.
are terrorists. Let's just take it like that. They are
Can
terrorists
we can
because
we
most
can we
of them
come in?
that
Can we
come in,
come
they
in?
come on a bike. They
Dr.
don't even use
Damages.
the cattle.
Can
Okay,
we
They
come?
don't use the cattle
okay,
to
hold on.
attack.
Let him round up.
They don't use the cattle to attack. They come on bikes. They come in, and most of the indigenous people say they don't even speak Fulani or Fulde because they our brother here said they came from all over West Africa. And who opened the gate for them? Buhari opened the gate for them because he said if he never becomes the president of the country, Biri that are Zasu Chika Dejini. What it means that if I do not I will not return to power, the monkeys and the baboons will be soaked in blood. And that's the reason why we are where we are now, because they brought them in, they can't feed them, they can't take care of them, and these people are running haywire and doing everything to survive.
All right, thank you so much. Let's bring back Pullo before we go back to our people who are on the line. And I see you, Jide. I see um, Stay Humble. I just want to get to people who are here to speak. We have less than 20 minutes, about 20 minutes to round up.
So sorry. I just have a question for you. Are you going to allow this rewriting of or his attempt to rewrite history stand? Because a lot of things he said they are not true. They are
Okay,
totally balderdash.
when you come in, you can correct that. Let's quickly hear from Pulo. It's been people talking since you left. Quickly, if you can do that in 2 minutes, so that we can get to other people who are here to say anything. Then Dr. Perry, you can add anything in 2 minutes.
Well, I agree with what Shana said to some extent. And then the previous speakers that are ranting like, kill everybody, you run to come to the United States. We're done with this bullshit. Why are you so agitated? You can make your point politely. You cannot be like you're agitated. What does that add? Does that improve your argument? No, I said Fulani people are less than 7% population. Out of them, 5 are in the bushes. Out of them, 4, maybe 3, are settling in villages with their cows and their farms. So they are victims of those Fulanis that are coming in. They are not immune. So when they come to destroy a particular land in the north, they don't even ask who owns the land. Is it a Fulani or Muslim or whatever? They don't care. They just vandalize and go. Those are brutal people. They are heartless. They don't even see human life as
Okay,
they don't
Pulo.
even value human life. But they are very organized, as he suggested. So 5%, 2% manage to infiltrate everywhere, manage to fool other 200 and something million people to just get political influence and all the power that they have without the consent of the other tribes. Are they magician? What are you trying to do? Is this some conspiracy theory going on there? Is it something too difficult to understand? Very few people came into the country. Few years later, those minorities they did not increase in number so much, but they managed to infiltrate up to the level of the presidency for several times, and no government will come without a Fulani man holding a very, very influential office in the government. No government. None, zero government was formed without a Fulani man being at the top. Zero. The current national security advisor, no Ribadu, is from Adamawa, is Fulani. He is the national security advisor. That's a very important political office to hold. right? If you all agree with me. Somebody was saying Fulanis are Nigerians, are not Nigerians. If they are Nigerians, give them your ancestral land. What I was saying, my counter argument is okay. I hope you evolved where you find yourself. Did you evolve there? If you believe in evolution theory, or did you just sprout out? Oh, is Eve after Adam? Should just come here to Nigeria and drop this one. Oh yeah, go there. Oh yeah, you are Igbo, go there. Oh yeah, the Eve will be just distributing human beings around the world and say, okay, grow up there. Or we are all planted and we find ourselves there. Everybody must have come from somewhere. The difference is my ancestors were here 400 years before you came. That's the only difference. And you didn't create the land to claim that it is your land and other people cannot come in. You didn't do that. And if you want to chase away the Fulanis because it is not their land, okay, think about think about the injustice, the sheer injustice of that. I We are saying that the Fulani, indigenous Fulani, are not the problem. The foreign Fulanis are the problem. And it is a security problem. And even the Fulanis that are here are very scary, are very anxious and scared of those people that are coming to clear their land. They farm, they do, they
All right.
money, resources, energy, and everything. I'm sorry, Dr. Damages. They are just as scared as you are. It is a national security. It can only be solved. Once we solve that security problem, everyone will take care of itself. And once we start, or somebody said, once we start telling ourselves the truth, okay, who defines what?
Okay, Dr. Perry, can you weigh in before we go to, I think the next person online is Benson. Dr. Perry.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, so see, the conversation has been filled with this same ignorance, the same ignorance that I mentioned. You have people saying, "Oh, Fulani, Fulani." It's insane to me that imagine if it was Buhari in power right now and they were shouting. It's a Yoruba man in power.
I don't know what happened.
When a
Sorry.
Euro,
I'm
when
sorry.
a, when a
I just
Yoruba man
want
is
1 minute to come.
a Yoruba man is president, they'll be shouting as if it's Fulani that is there. It's like these people have something that has covered their eye, the way the reptilian eye moves, this has some kind of eyelid that doesn't allow them to see. They're only seeing like slit vision. A Yoruba man is president. Let him solve the problem. Let him arrest these criminals. They are criminal Fulani entities and other tribes and other foreigners and whatever that are kidnapping. And I don't even know if Fulani are the major kidnappers in Nigeria. And someone needs to bring the statistics. Let's know whether Igbo or Yoruba or Fulani are the major kidnappers in that country. Now, everybody has made it that Fulani are the only kidnappers in that country. When nobody even knows what a Fulani is. You are telling me about, I wrote this article in 2018. Who ruled Nigeria? If you do not even know that a Yoruba is ruling now, you still feel it's Fulani ruling. How can you know who is Fulani and who ruled? The only Fulani people that we have had president of Nigeria are Buhari, Yaradua. Buhari, Yaradua. These are the only Fulani that ruled. I wrote this article. I just pulled it up on Nigeria, Naira Land. Buhari and Yaradua. At that time when I wrote this article, Buhari, Yaradua had ruled for what? For 10 years. So Buhari has added some more now. After that, you have Yoruba's 12 years. Tinubu has come and started adding to it. Angas, 9 years. Nukwe, 8 years. Ijo, 6 years. Gwari, 1 year. Kanuri, 5. Ironsi, 7 months. But people, Fulani, you are suffering from persecution and delusion and PTSD of a Fulani that you do not even know. Criminality is a problem and lack of law and order and a failed state. And they need to arrest kidnappers.
What about Shehu Shagari?
Yes, Shehu Shagari, Buhari, and Yaradua. This is the only, and they are doing it for 10 years.
No, no, they are more than that.
Add
They
it
are more than that.
together.
They are more than that. Tafawa Balewa is a Fulani.
He's not. Tafawa Balewa is not a Fulani. It's what you do not know. He's not a Fulani. I wrote it. I wrote all of this in the article. You do not know Tafawa Balewa Northeast Wild District. Tafawa Balewa is not. You do not know who Fulani is, and that's the problem. Ignorance and illiteracy and anger and this barbaric, genocidal, this blood seeking, this thing, testing.
Muritala was not Fulani.
He's not. Muratala is from Niger State or something. Is Nukbe is this state from. If I
From Kano State. He's from
Muratala was
Kano
in
State.
Niger.
He's Hausa.
Muratala, I have Muratala here. Muratala Mohammed from Auchi, born in Kano before he was assassinated. You have some Christian. I don't know whether which one was the Christian among them, whether it was Muratala. It's diverse. But there's this persecution that Fulani are persecuting us, and they have this illusion that even when Tinubu, a Yoruba man, is president, I should solve the problem. You are shouting to them instead of shouting to Tinubu that Tinubu, can we have law and order here? Can you route out whoever it is in the forest that are kidnapping us? You people are thirsty for blood. I will send a barrel of blood from here to you people. You can drink it.
All right. Thank you, Perry. Let's quickly get to Benson. Benson, if you can make it quick, we are pressed for time. But Benson, you are next. After Benson, I think Jide and Stay Humble. If I'm missing you, just let me know. And then I'll come to KJ has something to say, Jagun has something to say, and then Forefathers. All right, go ahead, Benson.
Dr. Deme, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, the whole panelists. Well, from what the man is saying, he's saying that it means that the South or the South leaders are Mugu.
Exactly.
That's what they're Mugu. That's what I can say. They're Mugu, because if they're not Mugu, they can't allow this thing to be happening all this up till now. From this, whatever they talk to say about Fulani or no Fulani, what I know is that the Fulani is the one killing people in Nigeria, mostly. You see, this Boko Haram, ISWAP, Fulani herdsmen, all of them are in one group. And the ones they send to east or south or to south mostly are those that are trained. That's what they send to that area. You see, I live in I know Fulanis. They're violent in nature. Not even the only Fulanis in Nigeria, but even those from Guinea, all of them. I met them in Botswana. I met them in Guinea, in Namibia. When they used to come there, I know them. They're very violent. When you see them, you know that this is a Fulani. Even the way he talk, even they want to fight in any minute. They are violent in nature. And this issue of, you see, a Fulani man, there's a woman in the House of Reps. When they were discussing about the issue of cattle and so, he said the Fulani is like cattle more than their life. He said like cattle more. So how can a human being like a cow more than a human being? Erofai, he said they went to Fulani other side to go and beg them not to kill Nigerians. That means he doesn't have military. What is that man? The Zamfara governor said these Fulanis causing killing people in Zamfara and so on. He said they know them. The military know them. They know where they are. He said that with us here, they know them. So the lady asked her, why if people know them, why can't you report them? Why can't he said you don't know why the military are not arresting them. That's what the man said. So when people come here to gaslight or so, it's very, very unfortunate. You see, Fulani people, like I said earlier, they're very, very violent in nature. And they know what they hold against these people that are been ruling us, that are not cannot even take any stand on them. And whatever the Fulani is doing it as an entitlement. They believe Nigeria belongs to them. And they believe that nothing anybody can do. Because they are in the military, they have the guns, they have everything. So that is why they are doing everything they are doing. I see what Jagun said. I see what what the other people said. Why is it that? And again, I want to ask: if the Fulani said these Fulanis are coming from outside, why, when they are arrested, they are sent back to the Nigerian army? If they're coming from outside, why are they being integrated to the Nigerian army? You see somebody from maybe Burkina Faso, somebody from other place they're coming from, but they're arrested, and then why are they reintegrated to the Nigerian army? That is the problem. That's one thing we're supposed to ask ourselves. Why is it that the Fulanis in their own area, none of the Fulani man, none of the political leaders, none of them have even said, stop this. What these people are doing are not good. They know where they are living. They cannot confront them. In the east, in the south, if you see, okay, what is that in Benin, Edo State, when Anini was operating, all the Edo people ran around and see that that man was arrested. But in this case, nobody, no Fulani sees that they are arrested. Instead, they are pampering them, they are giving them money. What Zamfara State governor said, even the governor of even the former governor of Zamfara State,
give them cars. He give them armored car, all the kind of different cars, paying them so that they can turn to kill. What is it that there's a former terrorist who was declared wanted in Zamfara, I think it's Zamfara State or what? He was declared wanted, and the day they caught him, he was coming to take a chieftaincy title. Even the police that put bounty of 5 million on him, they were there. So everybody was surprised. So you see, this is like a culture. They are a violent people. They want to continue what they are doing. But for me, I don't blame them so much. I blame the government because it's like a failed state. If the Tinubu today cannot arrest them, or if they cannot arrest them, my brother, the next government that is going to come, the South is going to be in big problem. If the South can remain. I don't think so.
All right, thank you. Let's see. We're running out of time so much, but I will get before you respond, Bremer. I can see Pullo is here, Aliu is here, but their cameras are not on. Let's get more people to weigh in before the responses. Let me go to Jide. Jide, go ahead. Oh, hold on, Jide. Before you, Jagun has to leave. I understand now. So Jagun, go ahead. You wanted to respond to Dr. Opel.
I thank you. It's been a while. I'm not quite sure that you should have allowed this our gentleman doctor to spew as much hatred against me without understanding me at all. I find it very foul. That is not fairness. That's not balance. The amount of misused language you used as a doctor against me tells me that you are not able to grasp the whole of what I was saying. What you did was to pick on points that busted your ass emotionally, but you did not intellectualize anything as to what I was aiming at. I told you quite clearly that I'm emotional and I'm going to try to use all the emotion and put it inside language. I then told you, who was arrested in your gut, that I have family who are Fulani. I have family who are Fulani, and they are beautiful people. I said it. And then you are telling me, you don't know who is Fulani. Nah, nah, nah. I mean, I couldn't even really reckon with what you were saying. You're not speaking as somebody who is speaking for a people. You are speaking as somebody who just wants to protect his innocence, as so called, or protect foul play. You're not speaking for Nigeria. You know, if you look at the whole country called Nigeria, we're in a mess. We can all agree upon that. But for those who individually would stand up against politicians, would stand up against authorities, would stand up and speak their own individual truth to give them platform. Those people are from the South. I'm waiting to see the Fulani who comes and says, you know what, this is wrong. You know what, we need to arrest these people. You didn't even look upon the amount of freedom, impunity that the Fulani are raging around the country to say, you know what, for real, this can't go on. Instead, you wanted to protect your emotion. I mean, you're a disgrace as a doctor. You don't know who I am. I'm not here to be polite. I'm a polite man as much as it takes. I'm an intellectual as well. And I will tear you to pieces in terms of whatever rubbish doctorhood that you have. Because you've been on here and I've been listening to you very carefully and you have not said one thing of love. You have not said one thing of a country that we need that acts under law. You have spoken only to defend impunity. And for that, you are a disgrace to us in Nigeria. And it is you and your type politically, you and your type, I underline, you are the actual problem of our country because you are not a truth teller. You are somebody who would lie through their teeth in order to defend impunity. You're a disgrace, a complete and utter disgrace. So all what you said against me, you didn't listen to anything. You didn't. You just reacted based on stupidity of emotion. I'm emotional. We are human beings. If somebody comes into my village and starts to slaughter my people, what, you think I should just be happy with that? Is that what you're telling me? And again, they got nobody knows who killed the king in my village. Nobody knows. They've disappeared. There's been no law against them. You want me to be happy? Is that what you want me to be happy with? That you're castigating me? You're a damn fool. I'm afraid. I do apologize, Dr. Damages. And I even apologize to you as somebody who comes on the platform. I don't want to call anybody a fool. It's one of the worst curses we can offer each other. I don't want to spit foul. I don't want to do that. I want a country that I'm proud of. I want a people that I'm proud of. As far as if Yoruba people were doing what Fulani people were doing, I cannot defend it. I would pull it down. I would join whoever is speaking truth to say that, these are Yoruba people. They're messed up. You're telling me you don't know who Fulani is. You're just calling Fulani. I mean, how do you want me to identify you people? How is it? You're telling me, are we in a country? Sorry, it's my brother. Are we in a country that the ethnicities in those countries does not exist or does not matter? Are we so forward thinking that we're in a paradigm of saying there is individual? We really respect the individual. We're not there, my friend. If you believe that's where we are, then you are the spook. The spook. I hope you understand my language.
All right, thank you. I just have to say, this is not our typical show. A lot of things happening today. I wouldn't allow it on an ordinary day, but I know that people are emotional. I know that things, really out of hand. It's important that people basically rant, let their views known, and other people hear it. Every side will hear what's going on, and hopefully we'll be able to put it all back together. So I just want to say that we don't support any counterattacks and killing. That's not what this platform is for. But I just want to say that this is not our typical approach to conversations, but I understand. Dr. Perry, go ahead. You're muted, Dr. Perry.
I think the most important thing I need to say right now is I need to I've forgotten the guy that spoke just before now. Was what he ended with. I need to remind everybody in that country, your president is Bola. I don't know whether it's Bola Kale or what the Bola is. Bola Tinubu, Yoruba man. Your army. Someone was in the army. They are recruiting Fulani from somewhere. Your army, the general of your army, the general chief of the army is a Yoruba. What's going on? I don't understand. If you have a problem with the rulership or whatever, the president, are you handcuffed? You voted Tinubu. Tinubu is in charge. Let him restore law and order. Let him remove those foreigners that are in your army. What do you want us to do? You want us to come out and surrender ourselves on behalf of who? Like, I don't even know what you are expecting from us. You are all cowards. You are expecting some kind of cow. I know. You have a what's it called? What do they call this? Tiger or leopard police in Yoruba land now. I forgot what their name is.
Amotekun.
They have Amotekun. What? You are lazy. Capture criminals. Tell your government is not a Fulani man in charge.
Jideo, Manuel.
They are blind. It's like, I don't know, it's like they are blind. They will now shout, United Nations, the Fulani, and United Nations will look back at you and you say, your president is a Yoruba man. Are you people blind? You cannot see him? Talk to him, let him arrest them. So what do you want me to do? What do you want us to do? Those Fulani who are not involved. What is this? I don't know. It seems mad. It seems insane to me. And you people need to set your eye properly. You voted Tinubu. Let him arrest perpetrators and purge the army and fix what needs to be fixed.
For
All right.
correction, we didn't vote him. He snatched it and ran with it.
Jide, 2 minutes quickly so that we can finish up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I have 2 minutes. Thank you so much for having me. So the thing is, we still don't. A lot of us are still maybe it is due to emotions, trauma, our personal. A lot of us are very emotional about what is going on in Nigeria. We still don't understand the root cause, and it is paining me that a lot of us still don't understand, particularly those from the south, and it's quite unfortunate. Because for Nigeria to change, if we don't understand the root cause of our problem, Nothing is going to change. So let me talk about something. AY mentioned something about the weapons that the herdsmen, I'm not going to call them Fulani. I'm not one of those. I'm Yoruba, but I'll never call them. There are many Fulani people that are very poor, and there are wonderful Fulani people that I've met. The Fulani elite, before I even go into the Fulani elite, before I even talk about the elites and how everything happened, let me talk about the AK-47. They're using to kill innocent people, both in the north and now they're coming to the south. Those weapons, the advanced weapons they are using to kill innocent people in Nigeria, they are from the West. We need to understand this thing chronologically. Pre-2011, there have been minimal conflicts between the herdsmen and the farmers. It was minimal. Post-2011, after the collapse of Libya under Muammar Gaddafi, that was orchestrated by NATO and backed by Western countries, they supplied weapons, and we know all these weapons, we know the countries where they came from. You don't have to let me to say it. These are facts. Everything I say here is validated facts. These weapons were then, through networks of Al Qaeda, Boko Haram, and co., they fell into the hands of these terrorists that are purported to be herdsmen. These weapons are what they are using to kill innocent people. So we need to understand the root cause. That this root cause is due to Western imperialism. That's number one. We never mentioned anything about it, and I'm very disappointed. We're talking about Fulani, Yoruba. We need to grow up. The second thing I want to talk about the Fulanis, about the Fulani elites, they have this, about how they are powerful and they influence the political system in Nigeria. We need to go back to history. Fulani, the Sokoto Caliphate, in the early 20th century, were the last region in that place called Nigeria that were conquered by the British. The British realized that it made no sense for them to actually destabilize the political structure of the Fulani and the Hausas. They left it in place and ensured that administrative power, military power were given to them. I mentioned some of these things last week when I think Papa was the one anchoring the show. I talked about some of these historical facts, but I don't want to go into detail. I don't have a lot of time. Now, the elites of these Fulanis, they still influence the political situation in Nigeria. The political influence in Nigeria is still heavily influenced by the Fulanis. Now, what is my solution? I've said it before, I'll say it again. It is up to the Nigerian people to grow up and become politicized. And when I mean politicized, I need to unite. But sending my message to the South, not to the North. Because honestly, I understand what's going on in the North. And I know that the largest victims are from the North. The Southerners need to grow up and become more politicized. This is our Western mindset. They need to break it away. They need to grow up politically. They need to understand where this problem is coming from and not be hating other ethnic groups. This was how we were victims of slavery. This is how we're victims of slavery. History is repeating itself. I'll stop there for now. I don't have a lot of time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I like that.
Dr. Demis, can I correct something, please? Please, can I correct something, please?
30 seconds.
Yeah. You see, Jide don't know what he's talking about. Even recently, what is that? Is the third one? The chief, the country's defensive. No, not. He said the former chief police officer that was in charge of EFCC. What is the name again?
Rubadu.
Ribadu said that the armory these people are using are many of them are from the Nigerian government. It's from the barracks in Nigeria here.
It's from
That's
Nigerian
what.
army.
Yeah, from the Nigerian army. That's what the Ribadu said. So don't be coming to confuse people, Jide, telling you are deceiving the people. That's what the Ribadu said. You don't listen to news. The Ribadu said most of them this thing are coming from there. The people that they kill and the armories they break. That's where they're getting them ammunitions. The Fulani herdsmen.
All right.
Understand? So
All right.
that's don't deceive people, please.
Benson, thank you. Stay humble. Welcome to the show. I know
So,
you've been
first of all, the
3 hours.
narrative that the Fulanese are 6%, 7%, I find it very childish, very unintelligent, and very preposterous. Where do you guys get these statistics from? Since 1953, that we had the first census in Nigeria, we have never included religion or tribe in the demographic indices. So why would someone just come out and say that this tribe is so percentage and this tribe is this percentage? So we should be serious for once on this group. we should show maturity and we should show some level of objectivity. That's number one. Then number two is that someone has come out here to, spew some misleading um, sentiments about um, the Fulanis, saying that, it's because of they're being very brilliant, ingenuity that they've been ruling Nigeria. They are not more brilliant than the tribes in the south or the tribes in the east or west. We know very clearly that the reason why they are in charge is because the British gave them power. It's very clear. Everybody knows that. Not because they are very intelligent. So so now people will say the Fulani elite, the northern elite. What are they elite in? In poverty, in what for people that have lived in the north, there is nothing elite about their leaders. There's no development, poverty everywhere, embezzlement of funds and stuff. Yes, I don't see anything elite about them. Yeah, so we should be very objective and we should be clear about these facts. Yeah, because I know that there are people who are aimed at misleading people. Regarding the guests that you invited on the forum, really, I didn't really want to set out to ask them any question because what they were going to discuss were all very clear to me. We all know what is happening in Nigeria, and what Dr. Perry Brima is someone that read, I think since I was either in secondary school or in the university, and something struck me about him really. He seemed to be, quite antagonistic, to the Igbo cause. Really, very toxic articles those days about anything East or whatever. So I just wanted to ask him why. That's one question I've always wanted to ask him. Yeah, I didn't know I would get the opportunity to meet him at this forum any day. Yes, I've read a lot of very, very bilious, toxic, antagonistic articles from him. Yeah, so I just want to ask him why he hates the Igbos.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Stay humble. We are happy to have Dr. Perry. Dr. Perry, you want to respond to stay humble?
I'm sorry. That's the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, stay humble. Repeat the question.
So my question is that when I was younger than this, I used to read, Sahara reporters, the likes of Rudolph Kofo and Chido Onuma, Oke Ndibe, Dr. Perry Brima, who is here as well. And then I found your articles really bilious and, a bit toxic and a bit antagonistic to the Igbo cause. And I didn't know I would ever meet you on this kind of platform. So I've always had this in mind that any day I will meet you. I will ask you why, who are you representing, who sent you, and what do you hope to achieve by your.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
So,
you.
Dr. Perry.
Thank you very much. Very beautiful question. So, to be honest, at that time, I actually had a news platform, News Rescue, and that at that period, I had a lot of people on the platform. To be honest, and I was making $50,000 a year from the platform. It was a platform that hosted a lot of people who were promoting Buhari at the time because I believe it's going to save us from Jonathan, Clueless Joe. During this period, Hausas used to be there. They used to bash the Igbos there, and I used to make my money from the platform. 50K a year, dollars. It was good money. But when the Hausas messed up, I bashed them even more. And the Igbos were on my platform because it was a nice fighting field. Now, when the Hausas say, He's Shia. When I started supporting Zaki because Shia problem, I now moved to because it's where the problem is and who needs advocacy. Because I'm an advocate, and I saw that they massacred the Buhari government massacred 1,000 people and buried them secretly at night. And this is on behalf of the Hausa and Fulani were happy about this massacre of for Hausa people. So when I started bringing justice for Zaki, all the Hausa left, and now there are no Hausa for the Igbo to fight. All the Igbo left, and I stopped making money from my platform. I went to zero. I am not for anybody. I'm for justice at any point when I see it, and whoever you can be a victim today or you may be the perpetrator tomorrow. And on a forum like this, you have people like Jaguars, some other people who they are emotional and then they are sad and then they are speaking stuff that will make some other people become the perpetrator. And we have to always control ourselves. And that's it. So I'm not against or for anybody. I'm just for a just way of dealing with matters. And the way matters need to be dealt with is through the government. So who is my enemy is the government, and I remain continuously against the government. The government, take that your anger, take it to Tinubu, and let Tinubu fix the problem. But do not take it to the streets in return at any point in time. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
So, do you belong to the misruling establishment in Nigeria?
The ruling establishment. I've been
Yeah.
declared wanted by the government.
Oh, okay. It's
Buhari's
okay.
government, was it Buhari's government? Yeah, the government I supported, Buhari. Under Buhari, they declared me wanted. They said Interpol, they put my name. Google my name, Dr. Perry Brahma, declared wanted. I was declared wanted by the government of Nigeria. Which government? When people are talking about fighting for this, when I'm fighting for justice, you people are sitting down at home. I'm there, I was there. I'm retired now. I'm a retired activist. I'm retired. When I was there fighting Nigeria left and right with Showore and this thing, fighting, standing, fighting police, fighting under any government, fighting. I mean, I did not do it. I don't have a record like them, Rudolph and them, Showore, but I have 8 years of this thing record. I'm retired now. Which government? When I was there fighting, these are people that we will do, we will do, we will do. You have not. I mean, I don't know what you have done, but we fought the streets, and some of us are now retired. But we need common sense in what we do. Focus on the government.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Stay humble. Quickly, I think I have forefathers as next, but I want to plead because we have Gozeka joining us, and you know data is expensive in Nigeria. Unless you guys want to pay for her data, let her speak before I come back to some of you guys who are eating burger in America. Okay, Gozeka, go ahead. Welcome. Can you hear me, Gozeka? You're muted.
Dr. Damidi. I can hear you. Can you hear
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
me?
All right. So Gozika
Can
is
you hear
having.
me, Dr. Perry? Dr. Miji? I can still hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. We hear noise from your end, but go ahead. We can hear
I
you.
don't, sorry, let me just. His fan is heat. It is in Nigeria, so my fan was on. I joined because of uh, Fulani matter. I was following the Glasgow, but I came in late when the whole show had gone down. But I just wanted to say this. While the debate is ongoing, these people are still doing what they are doing. I mean, if anybody is still in doubt as to whether or not these people have an agenda, then the person is late to the party or is just playing ostrich. As I speak to you, I'm from Enugu State and I live in Enugu State. Ihamufu is bleeding. There is almost every other day, they just kill people. They just go into the town, kill people. Like, it's not even like they just
All
buy
right.
them just straight away. They buy these people in the most horrendous way. This is happening almost every other day in a harmful. And people are here debating, my thief is a better thief. Oh, my thief is a mild thief. Oh, my thief should. This is all nonsense. People are dying. Don't you people get it? People are dying, and there's only one culprit. The Fulanis in the bush carrying guns. they are the ones doing this. If anybody is still in doubt about it, the person should just go outside and touch grass. People are dying. While we are here debating all these things, people are dying. So why, instead of debating whether or not they are the ones doing this or what their motive is, why don't we just instead use it to call out the government, use it to call out me? I'm using this opportunity to call out the governor of Enugu State, Peter Mba. I am using this opportunity to call him out. Since the recent killings in Ihamufi started, this man has been silent. I know because I follow him on Twitter. He has been mute. He has been very mute. There's practically there's almost no day that we don't go on Twitter to drag him to say something. He refuses. Me, what am I even saying? The last time the major killing happened in Ihamufu, this man traveled to Abuja. He was not even. He did not even step there. These are the kind of people who will be sleeping in their houses and they will wake up with machete wounds and being burnt. Some of them are escape being burnt in their houses. And then the government does nothing. I don't even want to talk about the person in Asoro because I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, that place is empty. There's only a figurine there. But the person in charge of Enugu State, where this thing is happening, is mute. Not even a condolence message. He has not even gone there, at least in the last 2 weeks that the killing started again. Why you speak all your fancy English, gaslight all the people you want to gaslight, tell them to blame the government, tell them it's not like that, it's the other way. I just came here to remind you people that people are dying even as we speak in their farms. Their only crime is owning a farm and being in the way of these Fulani headers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. Appreciate this. Let's hear from forefathers before I hand it over to him to start his stream that is late by
Uh,
over an
uh,
hour.
I thought I was the one who's going to
No, going to what?
speak because you said
No,
forefather
no,
was going.
you're going to speak. I will get to you. I'll get to Dr. Dominic. No, I don't mean I'm ending. I'm not ending. I will get to Okija. Okija is here too. I see him. He should be next before Dominic. What happened to forefathers? Did he remove himself?
I'm not
Um,
here.
okay. Yeah. Go ahead, forefathers.
Um, yeah, I mean, this thing, the screen is a bit. Let me see if I can get. Okay, yeah, good, great. Let me get this one back. Then you get there. All right. Um, greetings, Dr. Damages, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I must say, listening, is Jagon here? He's gone. It's a
There you go.
shame. Yeah, Jagon, long time, and it's good to see you again, and also being very, very hot as usual. But that said, I don't know what the Dr. Perry has said. I know he's been on before. I disagree with him on quite a few points, but what he has been saying for the last 5 minutes, I don't see one thing that is wrong with it. And then he's asking for you to hold your government accountable. What is wrong with that? And people keep insulting him. And if you look at the base of my username, when I say security, law and order, and technological revolution is what we need, it's not by accident. It's because most of the things we keep talking about is seems to be pointing in that direction when we don't have security. And okay, so regarding some of the comments, some of the our northern brothers were making, like them not needing to condemn people that are perpetrating crimes and murders in the society. You don't even have to be a northerner to condemn that. Why do you have to defend
No,
yourself? Now, hold on.
no,
You don't have to be a northerner to do that. So you can do that without saying, I don't have to do that because I'm a northerner. Because the other people that are not northerners are doing it. And a northerner that is present when that stuff is going on should also be able to condemn it. It's not a controversial point at all. And some of the statements that are being made by some of them are also kind of lending itself to the kind of impression people have without them knowing that they are doing it. Like saying we are just 2%. Why are we special? See, when you've managed to make your way to power, that is what happens in society. People that are at the top, they are completely insulated from problems that go on beneath. That's why you see the Jewish people. They go through that same persecution. And if you look at the Tutsis, if you have a small population that dominate a large mass of people, that have disproportionate power, let's put it that way, you are probably going to get this sort of interaction. Don't be surprised. People are calling out that, oh, you have quite a significant amount of influence and you should be answerable. And when people say should answer for certain things, it's not because they are saying you should answer just because you're that person. It's because you're also from that region. If somebody happens in my backyard, people expect me to be have a say on what is going on there. It's not a problem. I think this conversation that Dr. Damage is bringing here is a very, very valuable one, and that people are able to talk to each other honestly, not try to hide stuff, and people having agendas of trying to dominate and all the rest of it. And when it comes to domination, there is this trend that is going on, because there are truths to many of these things people are saying. It's just that the way people say it is just, it comes out the wrong way. There is a pressure to move south that is going on in Africa for a very, very long time. It's not new. And when you see people coming down south, why are you surprised people are trying to come down south? They used to do that before now. Why is it that it's a problem now? Is it the first time Fulanis have been carrying cows into Nigeria? Why is it a problem now? Why are we not fixing that problem? Whatever is creating it, I don't care whether they have cattle were roaming the country or not. It can be regulated. Everything can be regulated. They can tell you to take a certain path. And then I don't know. Some of them, one of them said something about the Sahel not being. They don't have any restriction. They do have restriction in the Sahel too. Some of them are not enforced. Some of them are enforced more than the others. You have to have certain kind of routes that are controlled that you take. You don't just walk through everywhere. You might say walk into Aso Rock now. Let's see how that's going to work out. So there are common sense ways to handle these things without getting all divisive. Because if you get all divisive, we have already lost. Because what Jide said here is actually more important than what we like to believe. Because there are bigger things going on around the world that are actually more consequential than all these things we are discussing here. There are many countries where people hate each other too, but yeah, they are doing better than us. Why? They hate each other even more than we do hate each other in Nigeria. You know, an Englishman hates a Scottish man, a Scottish man hates an Englishman, an Irishman hates an Englishman. They used to call them dogs in the UK, basically like dogs. How is it that these same people manage to conquer the whole world? How did they do it? That's the magic you need to learn. And it tells you that what determines outcomes for people is not necessarily all these things. You have to know the precise areas to pull the lever. And this is why I don't think Dr. Perry was wrong to say, okay, you have to pull the government lever here. You can't just keep blaming people all the time. It's just random. If the government, you are not holding them accountable to do the right thing, I think some of them went to London again to go and have a meeting this week. This is a crazy kind of people we are electing into office. And many of us are like that too. We like to say it's them, it's them, it's them. When we elect you into office now, you go and do the same thing again. Where this poison is coming from in your heads, I don't know. We should be searching ourselves where we think we are all innocent of all these problems we are facing. How did the UK manage to conquer almost half of the world with a nation that is divided? How did they manage to do that? If this is our biggest problem. And this is why when you talk, some people like, oh, it's crazy. Emmanuel was saying that he doesn't know what he's saying. Because you don't know what you are doing yourself. Your ancestors have made the same mistakes that you are making today. You've been insulting each other on and on and on and on, pointing fingers at each other. And you people came here with a tiny population and they conquered the entire country and ran it for over 60 years or so. How do you think they pull that one up? Is that voodoo? Because you are so divided, you weaken yourself so much. You come here, you fight each other. Personally, the only question I will ask is, how is it that we can manage to, because when I have conversations here, it's only Southerners I tend to see. How do we start having more and more conversations with our northern brothers so that they too can start understanding that they too have a bit of problems themselves? Like you see a northerner now, sometimes they will be willing to kill a southerner or even a fellow northerner because they said one thing wrong about their religion. While that same religion, people that practice it, that same race, they are killing a lot of black people in Sudan right now because they are not Arabs. What kind of thinking does that to our own people? When you go back in time, you find out that your ancestors that have lived here for thousands of years, do any of them practice those religions? and yet you are killing your own people because you believe in some other religion. You are plotting to overthrow your own people for the sake of other people, and those people are going to come and kill you. That is the mumu thing we are doing, no? Because those black people that are being killed in Sudan right now because they are not Arabs, you will be one of them if you carry on succeeding in what you are doing here in Nigeria too. You'll be one of them because they are moving south. They are already taking the north and they are going to move south. The trend is pointing that in that direction. And they are richer than us. Look at the Arab world now. Even if they are fighting each other, look at UAE alone. How much money UAE is popping into Africa? I think from what I gather, it's one of the highest sponsors of various governments in Africa. UAE, small country like that. How are they pulling their weight? North African countries, 4 of them alone, have as much security forces as the entire more than 40 black nations. We are the ones doing it to ourselves. And we pretend as if this is Hausa man that is causing our problem. Yoruba man is causing our problem. There's division everywhere. The only difference is that we are dysfunctional. We are making ourselves poorer and making ourselves more vulnerable to being able to completely be dispossessed of our own heritage, something our ancestors left for us. And we are just sitting here watching the whole world getting stronger. Right now, they are all sharpening their knives. Trump is looking to spend $1 trillion on defense. Europe wants to spend about the same amount.
Thank you, forefathers. Thank you.
What is wrong with us? We are facing an existential crisis here. This is no joke. This is more consequential than all this stuff we are talking about. But it's up to you guys to think about it and know the right things to do.
But
It
we
starts
have
from
a
holding your
welcome.
governments and it starts from us having conversations. The question now is, how do we do that? Because as I sit here, I'm talking to you. Thank God Dr. Damages brought you guys here. But we need to be having more of this, because the way we tend to talk, we talk like if Northerners are some kind of alien race from somewhere else. And Northerners, the same thing. They too treat us as if we are some kind of alien race here. We all have a shared interest. This is life and death situation. We have a shared interest to come together and figure our problems out, and before the others deal with us the way they see fit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers. I just want to announce that the show will soon end once we hear from Okija, KJ, and I think if Aikwa has something to say quickly, I will get that. And then forefathers will start the normal have your say of Saturday, which is late. And then the ladies show will come up soon after forefathers. Let me also announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have a poet, a publisher who will be joining us from Nigeria, Savio Badamosi. He'll be talking about, because April is Poetry Month, he'll be talking about Poets Writers Awards, publishing in the era of AI. He's actually a publisher based in Ibadan who has 2 of his writers have won the Nigerian Literature Prize. Just so you know, people make money from writing. They won $100,000. So maybe this will inspire some people to go back into writing. So he will join us tomorrow. If you can be part of it tomorrow at 1 p.m. 1:30 p.m. New York time, and I think in Nigeria that will be 6:30 p.m. So, all right. Let me get Okija to air his view, and then we go back to KJ. Okija.
Thank you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Good day wherever you are. I want to start with Jide. Jide, he knows he knows how to pour engine oil in the in the rice. He started blaming imperialism. I don't know why. If you are there, your house, sitting in your house, maltreating your your sibling or whatever, or your brother or whatever, and then you are blaming imperialists, that came and left, years ago. I don't know that. And then forefathers, he talking about security. There are some immediate, like they are investing into security. Others. There are some immediate issues. Nigeria never invested in security, back then, but we didn't have all these insecurities, happening. We didn't have all these people coming down from everywhere in Africa and killing our people. And I was just listening. I just came in here because of Perry. The way he was talking about that Yorubas, they have carrying scores, Igbos, robbery, I mean, he just minimizing the whole issue, making it light. In America right now, Trump is talking about drugs that come from, I mean, America, they traffic drugs. Within America, they do, but Trump is more focused on the one that comes from China and the one that comes from Mexico. Mexico, they are more concerned they have guns in their country and the people that run guns in their country, but they're more concerned with guns that come from the US into Mexico. Okay. Yeah, like there's black on black crime in the inner cities, people, buying other people. But if it comes to a situation where you have Chinese or whatever, or maybe it's Latinos, killing, doing the thing against black people, it becomes another issue. So Perry doesn't see it in that angle that because Igbos are robbing, the other crimes, it should be equal. They are doing it. But he doesn't understand that you can rob someone, but the worst thing you can do to someone, take someone's life. Not only they are taking people's life, they take their life, they take their land, ancestors, where the ancestors were buried, they take that from them. What kind of humanity is this? And people here are talking about, and we should not be talking about any other issue, but how to deal with Fulani issue in Nigeria. Okay, that's a big issue in Nigeria. You come from another country, we don't know where you're coming from, and then you take over, you kill people, take over their land, and Fulani elite, no one just said anything. It just, I mean, how do we even go? Gideon Akro, what the woman that was beheaded in Kano, whatever, and we know from things that have been written all after that Sanusi was involved in the killing. Okay, and then it's nothing. It just died there. Constantly, they do this to people, and we don't, like nothing is done. Look at what is happening in Enugu State, because they can just sort us. Government, even their own governor is not, taking responsibility. And the Nigerian state, I don't know what happened. Nigerian state is not, being responsible to take care of people who have been victimized by Fulani people. I think, I don't know, what's his name? What's the former defense minister? Danjuma, he has said it, that people need to defend themselves. I think that's the qualification to be a governor, especially in Igbo land, should be that a governor that should arm the people to be able to defend themselves against Fulani. Because we're just laughing, we're just taking it small. They've dealt with Hausa people, in the far north, and they in the middle belt right now, and with that small time, they're coming already from Benue State, that in Enugu State. Look at what Soludo has been able to do. Security. I mean, I have some other issues with Soludo, but he has been able to establish a security force that would took care of security in Anambra State. So every state, I think the Yorubas and the Igbos, I mean the West and the East or whatever, and the South, they should come together and figure out how to defend the South, because it's coming. Because we have seen from what is happening that the northern elite, be it Hausa or Fulani, they are not holding it responsible. They are not saying that this should stop. They're not trying to find a way. Even their governors are telling us that any Fulani, that from anywhere in Africa comes to Nigeria, that is a Fulani, that they have to go out and beg them not to invade Nigeria. What kind of talk is that in a country like this? Could you imagine if if Igbo people were going to taking over lands in the north? What would have happened? This is not a light issue. This is the first security Nigeria should take care of. It's even, I mean, this is even worse than food insecurity. The Fulani issue is worse than food insecurity. And then you hear some Fulani, what's his name, the Matma guy that came here, who has lived in Nigeria. He's living in the US now, and he's talking about open grazing. What kind of mindset is that? You are still talking about open grazing in Nigeria. You raise cows, you can't produce milk from the cows. But even in Nigeria, where they don't do open grazing, they produce milk from their cows. I mean, this is the issue facing Nigeria. For Igbo people, call your governors, members of political anybody who's in political office. We should protect our people from the Fulanis. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Okija. I will, Pullo, yeah, I'll give you the chance to round up when we get to the end. Let's hear from KJ, and then I think unless I has something to add, we round up with you. KJ.
Thank you once more, Dr. Rudolph. And I want to thank those who spoke, on behalf of the Fulani people. This is what I would say. I will first refer to my other brother, who is an Igbo man who lived in the north and came here to tell us that the Fulanis are the most intelligent black race. That is totally far from the truth. And if he goes to African events, you read about the brightest minds that are of black skin. The Igbos are 88% top notch, the number one. So please go correct yourself so you don't continually spill what is never truth and not. And what I'm talking about is being, there's a lot of research on that. So I'm not even going to go through into it. So now that explanation that guy gave is what has kept us where we are. You see the way he makes it look as we need to be the ones to understand them. When Nigeria back then, when Nigeria took the first census, I'm not sure the Fulani was up to 11,000 in Nigeria. But now we need to understand them. Then we can understand them and then be able to live in peace with them. He even said we should understand their religion. An Igbo man, in the first place, I don't want to attack his person, but I want to educate him. The Igbos are Republicans in nature. And it's either we are Christians or we are traditional worshippers. In fact, I want to go further to let him know that I know exactly what I'm talking about. In my community, my uncle was the first Muslim in my community. And he lived in Gongola State. Then it was called Gongola State, where he was an Alhaji. And when he came back to the community, he wanted to do that. I said, look, we don't, and that's how the Igbos are. We will not stop you from practicing your new religion. But when you want to do it inside your house. That is okay for us. So why am I going that length? I'm going that length to explain how things is turned upside down, and very soon, maybe one day, somebody will even say we should go. Oh, Nigerians now should become slaves to the Fulani so that they can be happy and let us live. Now, having said that, I want to say somebody is saying how come, and that's what Pullo said. How come they are very little and they are able to, be at top of the hem of affairs? You see, somebody touched that a bit. I think it's forefather. When you have power, you can actually be able to determine who can sustain. You can be able to sustain that power for as long as you want, because the power, the executive power is with you. You can determine who becomes what. And that's what's called the power of incumbency, which is what I've been used to destroy the East. I've said it here before now, but when I was saying it, certain people didn't understand what I was talking about. But now, in this situation that the East has found itself, sure, we can all see. When I tell that most of the governors in the East do not get their power because the people voted them, they go to the North, okay, to go kiss the Kaaba and then come back and begin to implement what the North want them to implement in the East. And that's why the governor of Enugu State has never, in fact, he organized a group of people who went to that same Ihamufu to say that it was a contraction of his enemies that were making those videos and then bringing women to say there was, that killing disturbances in that place. That's the kind of leadership we have, and that's what has being done all over. You can see that playing out in River State and the rest of them. So, having said that, this is practically. I want you to understand. You see, when you see this guy Pullo talking to you, that's a typical Fulani attitude. You see, he wants you to understand that you are the one who is the problem. He doesn't have any anger in him. You are the one who have the anger. You are the one who is seeing him as somebody who is trying to, no. He's just going to remain cool, calculative, and tell you what he wants you to hear. It suits you, it doesn't suit you, it doesn't care. He has told you. I grew up in the North and I'm telling you exactly how they behave. So you see that is the attitude that's not going to get Nigeria anywhere. Because as it stands today, and as he's talking to us here, I don't know why they don't want to give me time, but as it stands today and he's talking to us, he's not going to change that view that he has. He's not going to condemn the issues going on in right now in Nigeria. The truth of the matter is that sometimes when you talk, they tell you, oh well, it happened 1966 and this is what happened. It's never going to be 1966 again. It's not going to be. So the earlier we wake up, all of us, the better for if whether you are the north or the south or the east, the earlier we wake up. What is coming ahead is not going to be easy, whether you are Fulani or not. If you like and bring the whole Fulanis from the world to come to Nigeria, it's not going to be easy. So the earlier we advise ourselves, it's always better to walk to Georgia. Let us all Georgia. If you guys want to remain in the north, fine. Hold on, I'll speak to say this and I'll conclude. In Benue State right now, 44 communities are taken over by Fulanis. And right now they are there, they have renamed those communities and they have their cows there. Where else does it happen? Is there any nation still, so I mean, are we in the 18th century? No, we're in the modern times, and this is one nation. This is one country. If you had an arrangement with APC and they brought you people in to come ahead and win election, and they are not settling you, go to the communities of those people who brought you in. Take it over. Don't go take over other people's community or their ancestral land and drive them into. In which nation has it been done? Where you drive the people from their community, you put the people who own the community in IDPs, and then you allow other people to remain in their ancestral land. And you even settle those people, you pay them, you give them you settle them, you give them work. Whereas the people who own the communities are IDPs. I have never heard it happen anywhere. You call people in your country, in their own country, refugees. Is there anywhere else is happening? So there's something deeper happening here, and that is that same ancestral, mentality they carry. That Nigeria is their ancestral, God-given birthright, and the Quran will be dipped in the Atlantic. We know how it started. The small minority came, conquered the people of the north, take over those places, and decide this is history. That's why I say Jide sometimes comes here to write history. I don't know how he gets it, but the history we know how the Fulanis came into Nigeria and how they moved from Sokoto to all the places they conquered and how they got to Kwara. It is not hidden. Those things are there, and that is still what is being played out. But the people of Nigeria have become more clever, and their eyes are open now. It's not going to happen again. Maybe and that plan will happen, but not that one. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. I will just before Pullo, before you say anything, let me just get Ike. I don't know if Ike. I'll give you 1 minute if you have something to say. In addition,
You should give me 10 minutes. I'm joking.
no, sorry.
No, 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 I'm joking. I lost them. No, I just wanted to correct an impression because my brother Pullo and Muhammad, when I talked about no cow grazing in the northern part of Mali, right? What I mean is that this is their way of life. What I mean is that they don't use the cows to destroy people's things in the north. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that they don't do grazing in the north of Mali. They do. But what I'm trying to say, the protective aspect of doing that is where my concern is, right? The same thing we are talking about Nigeria. So in Gao, in Mopti, in Kidal, in Timbuktu, going down to all the whole places Muhammad was calling. This is the way of life. They are Fulanis. It's the way of their life, right? But what I'm trying to say is that my 13 years in Mali is 98% Muslim country. But you never can, if you come to Mali, you wouldn't know that it's a Muslim country. That's the point I'm trying to make, right? You don't see these cows everywhere in the Bamako city, right? But you can see it when you go towards the north, right? But it's still at the end of the day, people's crops are left behind. They are not allowed to destroy people's crops, right? So that's my problem. I'm not trying to dispute what you said, but I was trying to put it in another perspective, right? Like what is going on between what is coming, for example, the people that are coming from bringing the cow from the north to the south part of Nigeria. That is the kind of difference I'm trying to make. But in the northern Mali is their way of life.
But I don't think they're using it to harm anybody. They're not using it to destroy people's, crops and farming. But they do what they do. They take their cars to go and get their food. That's normal. I know that. I lived there for 13 years, so I know. I'm trying to be neutral with what I said. Okay. So, but I want to say finally that I want to thank you for being here. It's good that you are here every time. You were here last week. I hope you continue to come here. We're all Nigerians. We can differ from our opinions and political views, but at the end of the day, we all carry Nigerian green passport, so we are Nigerian. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Pullo, give us your final thoughts.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Thank you for giving me the time. I wish the other panelists are also here as well. So, what I notice here is that there is a very significant gap of understanding between the North and the East and the South. The perception that they have is very different from what is actually going on in the North. And then if people can come here, like that guy with the goat beard, just come and be ranting and be saying fuck and bullshit, that's not how to move forward. The only way we can move forward, we are in the 21st century, as we say. In 2025, we are still using arms to settle disputes. No, we can sit together and settle disputes, all of us. What's your problem? What's this person's problem? Then we find a solution. And then I still can't understand why some people are saying Fulanis are not Nigerian. They come from somewhere we don't know where they came from. I hope you didn't fall from the sky in your land as an Igbo person, whatever tribe you are. Your ancestors must have come from somewhere. You did not evolve there. You did not sprout out there. Your ancestors must have come from somewhere. So if that is how it is done, okay, you chase all the Fulanis to leave Nigeria and go back to their origin, which is supposedly in Futajalo and Futatoro. But there are people in Futajalo and Futatoro now, and if you go there, you say we are Fulanis. According to record, we are the ancestral owners of this land, therefore leave the land for us. Or the Americans, the Native Americans will say, okay, you white guys, you came and kill our ancestors and take over our land. Now we know it is our land. All of the white guys should leave the land. What is this happening? The white guys are carrying guns to go to synagogue and kill people. The KKK hate Jews and the blacks. Okay, majority of them. I mean, Republicans don't condemn them. How do you one become a citizen? How do you take away my citizenship just because of some other people that I with I didn't make a conscious decision to be part of. I just happened to see myself in a Fulani family. Then you want me to take the blame for what other people like from my tribe did? Why would I carry another person's cross? Did I choose to be a Fulani person? No. Did I find myself as Fulani? Yes, I found myself as Fulani. I was brought up as a Fulani. So I have to be forced to condemn everything done by the Fulani. I become their representative. No, we have representative leaders who are there. There was no paper presented by any or motion presented by any Igbo or any Yoruba into the House of Representatives that okay, Fulanis are the problem. How do we solve that? And then they deliberate and then they bring both sides, everybody to there to the negotiating table and negotiate. And then some people, I now understand why some people don't want to come to this platform because it will be like all elites from the south or east living in diaspora, reading headlines without reading the context and then coming with emotions to talk about stuff and getting too emotional about it without providing any solution. They'll just rant and rant. This bullshit is over. We cannot tolerate this. Okay, what are you going to do about it if you cannot tolerate it? Then is it Jide or Doctor that said Okay, the government ultimately is the one that will solve the problem. So channel your anger to the government and those that are representing you. Tell them that the Fulanis are the problem. Tell them the Fulanis are the problem. Let them present a motion in the house that the Fulanis are the problem, the herders are the problem, and all herders are Fulanis. It seems like most of the Fulanis here don't understand that if you say a herder, it doesn't only mean a Fulani. There are Yoruba herders, there are Igbo herders, there are Fulani, Hausa herders. Just if you see somebody herding cows in the bush, you can't just assume that this person is a Fulani man. So some people, criminals will hide behind this to go somewhere and perpetrate an act of terrorism, then blame it on Fulanis because Fulanis already have the reputation of being terrorists in the media. Some doesn't even know that Borno State is Kanuri. Boko Haram is started by the Kanuris. 99.9% of members of Boko Haram are Kanuris. And then some people are saying, oh, they are Fulanis. They got their guns from the what? Fulanis that don't. Let me just correct myself because I am feeling the heat. I know for a fact that Fulanis don't give a damn about religion. But for the sake of my safety, I have to say that, oh, they do care about their religion. They are Muslims. But I face a huge backlash for saying that they don't give a shit about religion. It's you that give a shit about religion. They don't know. They don't ask that if they want to destroy somebody's land. And it doesn't matter if it is a Muslim or non-Muslim or in the north or in the south. It is a general problem. Don't keep on pointing fingers in one direction only and then think you will have a solution. No, just find a way of solving the problem. It's not that difficult to have a political resolution if only people have the political will to do so. I make a decision to come here and then make my views heard. And then all of a sudden, some of the people are feeling like my own people are feeling like, oh, those that are talking, they don't actually know that Borno and Boko Haram actually are Kanuris, not Fulanis. They they misrepresent the Fulanis. The Kanuris to be Fulanis. But they don't even know those basics. And if somebody is coming to you with a statistic, I said 7%. Somebody was saying, how no, where did that statistic come from? Go and do your research. You don't counter an argument with just a claim. You counter it with a reference. Go and bring me your reference that what I said is wrong based on so reference. Tell me where you get your statistic and you're saying what I said is wrong. Okay, tell me where did you get your own statistic first? You don't know. Okay, I'm telling you. Be humble. Just go and do your little research. You'll find out that mm, Fulani. Some people don't know. Does not even know who the Fulanis are or what they look like. If I can show you a picture of some uh, Kanuris, and I tell you that these are Fulanis, you will say, yes, this is a picture. If I ask you who is this, you will say he's a Fulani. But you don't know. Maybe he is Sorai. What the guy? Where is the guy that lived in Mali for 10 years? Yeah, look at he may be Sorai. He may be Songhai. He may be any other tribe from those areas. But you can mistaken him for a Fulani. Those Fulanis you see.
All right.
Dr. Damages, please, 30 seconds, sir.
See
Because,
any people they don't speak any Fulani at all, people there at all. They communicate in Hausa. There is somebody I told him that the people that are dying as a result of murder and farmer clashes are more in the north than in south. He's saying in line. The last line he doesn't agree with. I'm telling you the fact. Look at what Bello Turji, he carved out a kingdom of himself in Nigeria, in a territory that is recognized as a country. He carved out his own niche and he is ruling it as though he is the president of that area, collecting tax from people. And the government didn't do anything about it. And he cannot communicate in Fulfulde. He communicates in Hausa. That's the language you understand. But he claims to be a Fulani guy. But he communicates in Hausa, and Hausa is the only language that we understand. And not, I think few people knows about him. The Bello Turji If you Google it, you can see a lot of videos about Bello Turji and the number of people that he have killed and the reason he gave for the justification of killing those people. What is happening now? Let me tell you the latest that is happening now. The way you frame it is right. Actually, there is a war that is going on, and it is not affecting the southerners. This is not a herder farmer problem. It's a historical problem. It's just like what's happening between Israel and the Gaza. Like Israelis are saying Gaza is their own, so they have the right to demolish it and take over the land, which is promised to them by God historically. So houses are gathering all over and everywhere saying that, okay, this is our ancestral kingdom. Therefore, we must fight and kill all the Fulanis and take over the throne. If you go to Kano Parliament, they deliberate in Hausa language. Go to any of the kingdoms in the northern part of Nigeria. You can say their lineage is Fulani, but they don't speak any full day. They married Hausa women and they live with Hausas for as long as I can remember. It is a recent event that I even heard that Hausa people are trying to fight with the Fulanis. Now it's becoming a big issue. In fact, a very, very big issue. You should be talking about it more. It will make a harder farmer problem l- like a working, like childish discussion. If war starts now between the Fulanis and the houses, it will not stop there. It will just be like what you're talking about, Fulanis, Hausas, and the herders and whatever, that's the problem of Nigeria. You don't even know. You don't even know that the Hausas are now planning to fight the Fulanis and take them out. Go back to where you belong. They're using the rhetoric that was used by the Tutu Hutis. Yeah, they're calling them cockroaches, dehumanizing them first before attacking them, just to justify their attack. But how would you reverse what happened 100 years ago, two centuries ago? How will I just because I happen to be a Fulani, and then a Hausa man will just come and kill me because he feel like my ancestors, his forefathers, when we are all, both of us were not born, but he feel like he have the right to come and kill me because my forefathers did something to him. I was not consulted when this thing is happening, bro. I did not vote for that. I'm condemning every attack that is happening that is happening everywhere, regardless of who is the perpetrator, not only the Fulanis, or even if it is a house or the TV or whatever. If you are trying to come up, somebody was talking about the statistic about who are the most uh, who are the most people that kidnap people, which tribe is have the high rate of kidnapping. We don't know about kidnapping. It's a recent thing. We've been hearing about kidnapping from the south and the east before it come down to the north. It is now, in the last 5, 6, 7 years that we started hearing about kidnappings in the northern part of Nigeria, where I grew up. We don't even know about that. We kept hearing about it that oil company Westerners were kidnapped and they demand ransom. Where is Asarida Kubo today? Where is he? Who does he represent? Who does he fight for? I am here for peace. I don't want somebody to tell me that my people came from somewhere and live here for 200 or 300 years, but his ancestors stayed here for 800 years. Therefore, this is his ancestral land. I should go back to wherever I come from, taking away my citizenship. Like I'm not a citizen of Nigeria. I am a problem to Nigeria that need to be dealt with. I
Uh,
didn't commit any
Sorry, has
crime.
anybody
Other
asked you
people
to
commit
leave to go back? I
crime.
don't know who has asked him to go
Take
back.
the government. Let the government present the motion, put a pressure on the government to do the right thing. Control the border, know who is coming in and out. Set rules. If you are coming in, the northerners want you to come in, you are Fulanis from somewhere, fine, but restrict yourself to the northern areas only. Don't go to the south. Come up with laws like that. There is enough land in the north where 20 million animals can feed. If only the politician or the government want to solve the problem, Taraba alone, as it is now, it is enough to feed the whole country, including giving it electricity with the Mambila power plant and the weather they have there. You can grow up anything you want there. It can grow. It's in the north, Taraba. And they have enough land that you can carry as many animals as you want there because the rain starts early, so you don't have to go anywhere. Even if you want to graze it, you don't want ranching. You can let loose your animals in Taraba State alone. But the government don't want it. The politicians probably don't want it. Maybe somebody is benefiting from this crisis. There are thousands solutions, like millions.
All
We
right.
are here quarreling amongst ourselves. I didn't see any Fulani senator fighting with an Igbo senator. You will see them shaking hand and laughing, and then taking away millions home, even with or without a sitting. All they care about is power. Whatever can give them power, they can do it. If it means creating enmity between two tribes, they can do it. If it means perpetrating an act of terrorism, you can do it. Just like if you believe in some conspiracy theories that sounds like true about FKD, the Americans are trying to perpetrate, CIA trying to perpetrate an act of terrorism, killing their own citizens, then blame Cuba for that, and then to justify the attack on Cuba. Kennedy said, no, everybody knows this. Everybody knows the politicians and the people that wield the power can do and undo because they have the money and they have the influence, and your life would be a threat. Even myself now, what I say, it's something that I've said last week put me at risk. Some of things that I said today, I know will also create a large, will give me a create a very negative impact from me, from my society. But I cannot deny the fact that some Fulanis perpetrate that act. That's right. That's correct. When I said about what I said about religion other time, it's right. Only few people speak Arabic. They can only mumble the words that they hear. They don't understand what they're saying. Only few people know that. They can mumble it, but they don't know what they're saying, their prayers as Muslims. If you can stop them and ask them some simple basic question about Islam, they do not know. They don't. And I am sorry to say, most of the people here too, I am just a Christian. I don't want to study any other religion. I will just remain a Christian. I am a student of comparative studies as well. I kept telling the pastors around this area that if I can go to the church and pretend to be a Christian and preach, I will perform better than an average pastor there because of how well I know the Bible and how well I can talk about the Bible and the historical event in the Bible. And what I've been hearing the pastors are saying nowadays is about prosperity, prosperity gospels, prosperity pastors. You can never be poor. You can never be this and that. That's all they care about. I will not study any other religion, but it is good to be open-minded. It's good to learn stuff about other people. Even if you want to retain your religion, it's good to learn about other people's religion. Because if you're an adult, you know that your religion is not the only religion. There are thousands of religion. There are thousands of religion worshipped by thousands of God. So which God is the right God? Is it your God that is the right God? Or you want to study other religions to find out which God is the right God? Or probably there is no God at all. I'll
All right.
conclude by saying just life is nasty, brutish, and short.
All
Let's
right.
not be enemies, please.
Thank you
I
so
think,
much.
Dr. Damage, just 15 seconds, sir.
Can we just
15
correct
seconds.
one thing quickly? Quick. One thing I wanted to just add, not correct, just update it kind of. Like when you call Taraba a northern state, geographically, Taraba is central. And from what I gather, they are mixed even. They have half Muslim, half Christian, and they are in the middle of the country. Half of it is in the south, geographical south. and half of it is geographical north. And I think there are some part of our discourse we have to be making these things clear, because the political north that has been defined in Nigeria is based on some of the things a lot of people don't like, which is based on Islamization that got to certain parts of Nigeria. Then they said, okay, that part is the north, but it's not actually geographical north of Nigeria, and it's not even cultural north of Nigeria.
All right.
So we have to
All right.
be correcting some of all these things.
You go that you do that when you go to the next stream. I have to go.
Dr. Damage is just, I
Yeah.
want to his analogy all the time. He's talking about KKK and Trump doesn't condemn, KKK. Mitt Romney does. Other European American Caucasian, they do. So that's what we are calling for in Nigeria.
That's
That
it.
stop saying that, if they're doing that, have other Fulanis like a Rufai, all of them, let them condemn what they are doing.
All right. Thank you. Perry, you have the final word, and then we'll go. Perry, are you there? Oh,
Hey.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I just want to say, forefathers, that's I have nothing else to say.
All
Forefather
right.
cleared the house. He cleaned up the house. He cleaned up the junk, and I appreciate. That's all.
All right. I want
That's
to thank
that's just the way
everybody.
we need to think.
Okay. I want to thank everybody that joined us today. Pullo, all the guests. There are so many people that joined, and I appreciate all of you. I think we should have this conversation more frequently than the way we do. And I learned a lot, and I hope people learned a lot about how people feel about where the country is, and the danger in not doing anything in this situation. I want to thank those that supported us. AY for real, Oriako Tope, Dr. Gomez, Kulata, Oscar Blackbone, George Blueshek, Lewich, Ibo Basic, T Majek. We see you guys tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. And forefathers, you have about an hour and few minutes before the ladies' show. So you can see what you can do. Thank you, everybody, for joining today. I appreciate all of you. Take care.
Does that mean that those Fulani men